Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the EPSC Main Event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It's your Irish pundit action man, Dan, in the booth. The broadcaster for the duration of this event. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. Wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or Poker Room Kings, be sure to give us a like, subscribe on the channel. Let's see who we've got at this table. Do you recognize Enzo, who we had from last night? George the Bat, I believe that is who we had commentating once or twice here at Kings in my absence, or Alan's absence. Let's look if that's you, George. Good player, one to watch out for with 24 players remaining. €45,000 for the winner in this one. The tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is all to play for here. Let's go. Cards are in the air. Sasha raising to 225. Blinds are still 40, 80, 80. George had the best of it here on the flop, and now he's faced with an all-in from the cutoff, and that 10 of diamonds hits the turn. This is for a lot of George's remaining stack, but I don't see a situation where he's going to get away from this here. The 10 of diamonds puts a lot of draws out there. George does call. He's going to get the bad news. He's going to be crippled down to 5 big blinds. George is going to be left with 5 big blinds. Joseph in the cutoff playing 27. All right, folks, we're back. Been having a few technical difficulties again this morning, but we are working to find a resolution. Hope you can hear me loud and clear now. One is raising from under gun with ace-10 off suit, off 20 bigs or so to start the hand. Joseph is going to call with pocket sixes. We've got Zlatner and Vincenzo coming along for the ride. Four-way action to the flop, which is queen, 3-3. Red Misty is in the house this afternoon, Dan, baby. What's up, Red Misty? Bert says, hi, Dan, sound is good. Yes, I feel like my genius of King's production, one of the team leaders, has helped me there. We believe that every time I was refreshing the page, it was starting back with the malware on my computer, and therefore it was having an issue with the sound. So it seems like we have fixed the problem. If at any point today you feel like the sound quality has deteriorated or gone back to the way it was, be sure to let me know and I'll have it fixed immediately. But it feels like for now we have solved the mystery. Yeah, I only use malware on my computer about once a month, but it seems like every time I was refreshing the page, it was actually launching the malware. So maybe there's an issue there. I will get that resolved. Misty says still a bit glitchy. Maybe it's me who's glitchy at this point. I don't really understand. Nevertheless, the show must go on. And go on it will. George is all in from the hijack with ace deuce of hearts. Queens for Zlatner. George is going to need to spike an ace. Doesn't spike an ace, but does pick up a straight draw. 6 outs now as we see the turn. The turn is a queen. Zlatner now for the set. There is the 9 of spades. George has been eliminated. Unlucky George, good game. Not much he can do there. Had to see him go, not get a deeper run. Peppa is going to bet 150k here on the Jack 8-6 Jack. Take that one down. Sasha not connecting with his ace-9. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 50k. Big blind is 100k with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. And Joseph is going to defend with 10-9 of hearts in the big blind. Jack 6-5, 1 heart, 1 club, hits the flop. Backdoors to go with Slatner's ace high is going to continue from the hijack with quite a large bet of 450k. Perhaps Joseph would have continued for smaller sizing. Actually wouldn't even be the worst board to check raise on, considering he's got the backdoor straight draw, backdoor heart draw, but for that sizing, obviously just going to have to let it go. One with 2 pair here on the Queen 8-9 4 board. Not much happening for Dirk. Just ace high. Joseph is going to 2.5x here on the button with deuces. Dirk is going to 3-bet to 600k. Quite a large or quite a small sizing here from Dirk. I'd prefer if they use the larger sizing, aka just all in off sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Just going to play better as a rejam. If you get jammed on here, you're getting a good price to call it off with 14 bigs behind with a hand as strong as Queen Jack suited, because it's going to play so well against the overall shoving range. But prefer to just rejam this one from the small blind. Joseph raising to 250k from the cutoff with King Jack off suit. Zlatner calling in the big blind with 10-8 of spades. Ace-9 Queen is the flop. Zlatner is going to check to his opponent, Joseph, who should be c-betting this one. Blocks Ace-King, blocks Ace-Jack. He can have Ace-Queen, he can have nines, he can have Ace-9, he can have Ace-Queen, he can have Ace-King. Getting some questions coming in there, guys. So what we've done is I'm now using Firefox instead of Google. So that should have also helped to fix the problem. Don't want to jinx it. So I will get to your question there in a moment, ARG. Just bear with me for 1 Minuten. Google is your friend. Got to do with trying to get to Rozvadov. All you need to do is get to Prague and you'll get there easily enough within 2 hours, an hour and a half even. Prague or Nuremberg, says ARG. I just found it so easy to go in and out through Prague. Obviously, it depends where you're coming from. I was coming from Ireland, so... And if you're going from Berlin, it's only 3 hours on a bus. Not sure how much closer Nuremberg is than... The 2 times I did... Once I went from Berlin, and once I came from Ireland, so... I also drove from Berlin to Rozvadov one time, and that took... I had someone driving, but Jesus Christ, we drove through the night. I think it took something like 12 hours. ARG says, I'm coming from Estonia, so Prague sounds fine. Now, guys, is the sound sounding better than it has been in a while? Just keep letting me know throughout the day if it deteriorates. I am doing my best here. The show must go on, as I said. It's obviously very tilting, but we keep the spirits high. Bird is given a hotline for a shuttle bus. I don't know if the shuttle bus was code word for party bus with a few ladies on it. Pouring a Jägermeister down your throat. Wearing minimum amount of clothing. But Bird is the guy for all your needs there. That's the hotline. The rest is up to you. Special bus with the square rails. There'll be plenty of party to be done once you win something worth talking about. Ace King for Dirk with the 3-bet to 750. Joseph is the original opener. Dirk takes that one down. Jimmy the Gents is in the house. What's up, Jimmy? Jimmy! Said he's so tired. Went to bed at 5 a.m. at the FT of the ACR 440. Finished 5th for like 85 bucks. Fair play to you for playing such a small tourney. But it's such a grind, isn't it? Olympic says, players, please. I presume you want to know how many players are left. We're missing key information the last few weeks in the top right-hand corner of our screen while the new system is getting installed. I don't know whether that had anything got to do with the quality of what's going on as well, but there's just a few bugs in the system that we're working out the kinks. Sometimes you're the bug and sometimes you are the windshield. But there is roughly 20 players remaining, give or take. So just bear that in mind. If you're looking for the payouts, payouts are in the chat. Current payout is roughly... There's between 18 and 20 players left, right? So... Current payout for the 250 buy-in is €2,400. Takes one to no one is going to min raise here with the ace-8 on the button. Takes it down. Dirk is going to bet 400k here. On the 4-3 deuce 2 heart flop. We've got action here because one, loads of equity with his 6-7 of hearts. Wouldn't be surprised to see it all go in here. I think that's exactly what's supposed to happen. Especially facing a bet of 400k. One does move it all in, and we've got a big pot here, nearly 4 million, 3.73 to be exact. Dirk is going to call it with his overpair, and isn't it mad to see that one is actually the favourite against the overpair here with so much equity, so many outs. Big moment here for both players involved. Turn is the deuce of spades. River is the ace of hearts. One gets there in the end. Just has so many outs. Dirk will be disappointed, still playing the guts of 10 bigs. Yes, ex-dominato. We have about 17 players, 18 players remaining. We will have a redraw when we have 16 remaining, and we will come back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to a final table from there. Right now, I can tell you there is between 18 and 17 remaining, so just 2 eliminations away from that redraw that I aforementioned. We are as live can be on a 30-minute delay. Stratos is in the house, says, hope everyone is doing well on this fine day. Check Moi is in the house. Go on, the lads. Dirk takes down the blinds and antes with the ace deuce of hearts. Dirk takes it down. He's now back to almost 15 bigs. Stratos says, seems the poker events are heating up. Tournament after tournament, all leading to the World Series of Poker in Vegas. Yeah, spoiled for action, spoiled for choice this year so far, especially at the King's Resort. We've got Poker Stars event coming up soon as well. That will be the Eureka and the Mystery Bounty in just a couple of weeks' time. We've got the France Poker Festival next weekend. And guys, if you're looking for some merchandise to look the part at some of these events, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We've got a great new collection in the merchandise store. It's the Poker Face collection with a mask sewn into the hood. It looks deadly for all your thievery needs. Also, we've just added another piece of clobber to the store. It's the King's Messenger bag for your wallet, your keys, your poker chips, and your cash, or whatever your needs may be. It looks deadly. That's just been added. Like a little man satchel. Like a little pussy purse, only it's for the boys. You could be a marsupial, walk around with your little pouch. Find out more information about that on the website as well. I'll be sure to mention that again later anyway. So not to worry. I believe we have 17 players remaining, so we're just one elimination away now from the break, the redraw. Pressure's on for all the players remaining, of course. One with a light enough open here with Jack 10 off suit. Dirk all in for 12 bigs on the button. Bit of a light jam here from Dirk, but he does appear to be a bit browned off since lost that big hand with the pocket sixes. And Zlatner with a big decision here, facing an open and a 12 big blind jam. I think 10s is just still going to be too good, but having said that, this is an early position open and a button shuffling range is going to be tighter against an early position open, so he does decide to let 10s go, and I understand his reasonings for doing so. Had the original opener been from later position and the jam from the button, I think we could go rejam our pocket 10s, but because of the positions, he decides to just get away from it. Pepe takes that one down from the button. Pepe G, obviously well known, King's Resort reg, many results to his name, and he is one to watch out for in this field. With just about 17 players remaining. Keep your eye on that fella. Vincenzo with the rejam, running straight into the Kings of Joseph. What was that band called? The Clash. $3.3 million in the pot. Joseph having him covered. A5, 3, 2 spades is the flop. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. River is the 4 diamonds. Joseph has eliminated Vincenzo. That must mean that was 18 players remaining. Vincenzo going in 18th place, and it's now that there is 17 players remaining. My apologies. Page jump has been reached. Actually, I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to absolutely nobody. I don't have the information, so I'm just going guesstimating to the best of my ability. €2,775 is the current payout, and we are now 1 elimination away from the redraw. Jimmy the Gent says, shameless info. Yeah, maybe that could be the name of my first album, Jimmy. Jimmy! Well, at least you can hear me today, Jimmy, huh? Better than nothing. So what have we got here? 4-way action to the flop. King, Jack, King, 10, Ace, Queen, 8, 6 of diamonds, 6, 5, 3 is the flop, 2 clubs. And Zlataner with the best of it. Peppa G is going to bet from the hijack. Try tin out the field. See where he stands. Lovely turn card here for Peppa. I would have preferred for Zlataner to protect his hand there, considering we are 4-way action to the flop, but perhaps it's probably too weak considering we only have a 6 kicker. We've no clubs. I don't know. I still feel like our hand needs protection there. And Zlataner forced to fold there on the turn. And that's going to do it, folks. You see them coming over to the table with the racks. 16 players will remain when we come back after the break. I will see you all in less than 20 minutes for lots more action from the EPSC final day. We'll be right back.
2 chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
€400,000 pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and Jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this featured table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
Water.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Okay. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez is now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're going to bet turn to then snap fold a self-inflicted wound. No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for side. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings...
Just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know...
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Wow, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Queen 3, I should push the limb.
Ooh. Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. Got what, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Tochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovsky says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He
Which
has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovsky's jam running into the 2 10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button to blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovsky's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's...
Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100k.
Yeah.
Ace Queen. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovsky gets away from this one against Ace Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide Ace Jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
He's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Full raise. 250,000.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovsky the appearance that he could potentially...
He might think, oh, I can peel this maybe? And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that Jack or clubs. Well,
club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not Ace-King, is it? Ace-King's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut-no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovsky is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s, 9s, 10s.
Yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovsky, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovsky to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. Nice. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
I will see. Doesn't matter.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Саня. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Alice Sara saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Cornuth in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker Main Event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with Ace-King suited. 3-bet
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah,
I don't like him.
You don't
yeah,
like
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, 5, and King Queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
I knew that was the
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here.
No more possible.
As 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. 16 players remaining now. I see DJ is looking for a free roll. Nice try, buddy, on a Monday afternoon. We're all looking for freebies, but that ain't the place for free rolls. We do give out things occasionally, alright, like free hoodies and stuff, but right now I can't help you. Looking for a free roll. You're at the wrong airport. Set of 10s here for Dennis. Bit of action here for Sasha. Now, we won't be in love with this board on the Ace Jack 10 2 spade flop, but he won't be going anywhere yet for that bet of 275. I'm a bit more alive now after the break, lads. I have a new fresh pot of coffee. I'm struggling to think today because my office is like an absolute fridge. We have no oil left in the tank. We're supposed to get oil this morning, but it's been delayed by a day or two. So basically, in an igloo, Sasha decides to raise to 600k, and I don't really like this raise. It's not going to accomplish much. Yes, you find out where you're at, but you're just bloating the pot out of position, and you don't have that much chips behind. So, although it does get rid of some equity on a board like this, it's going to favour the under the gun range. Sasha shoving on the turn, and I just feel like this is overkill. There's way too much chips gone in here on the flop, on the turn. Under the gun against the big blind, I just think your ace-4 shrivels up considerably. Sasha, in a hurry to get out of here, has been eliminated. Dennis wins a big pot, and that's a very action-packed hand. First hand back after the break. That hand went so fast. Yuri in the house saying the same thing. What's up, Yuri? Blinds have gone up, by the way. 60k is the small blind, 120k is the big blind, with 120k running big blind ante. 60, 120, 120. 16 players remaining in the EPSC main event. €250 buy-in live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you're just tuning in on this Monday afternoon, welcome. Current payout is €2,775. But with that elimination, a new pay jump has been reached. So all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €3,150. We are 6 eliminations away from the final table. And top 4 finishers in this one all going to get a €10,000 ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place later on this year. So it is all to play for. And like I say a lot on this channel, a lot of these players remaining will be recreationals. Won't have played for this kind of money before. What an opportunity it is for them all to win the guts of €50,000. Yuri says, how did he ever think he was ahead when he shoved the turn? I really don't like the shove on the turn. Really don't like the raise on the flop. It just doesn't accomplish much, and you've got to remember you're against an under the gun opening range. It just destroys our ace-4. Don't mind calling the 275 on the flop, but I would just probably be check folding on most turns, hoping to get to showdown, hoping my opponent gives up, etc. Maybe I will call a second bet on the turn for a small sizing, but a large sizing is just going to get me to fold. We do see Tio wearing a fancy shirt here at the feature table. Was running very good yesterday. Last night even bagged considerable stack. So let's see what he does with those chips. Wow. He's been getting busy. A busy boy on the outer tables. He's played nearly 14 million in chips. Incredible. I think he bagged about 6 million last night, maybe. So he's obviously continuing to run very well. He's playing pretty well also, and that's a wicked combination. So he's one to watch out for also. We've seen him at the feature table many times. Him and Peppa G still in the house. And Johan informed me that Tio won a Dutch Classic last year. Yes. I was tooting his horn last night, Johan, in between the microphone malfunctions that we have finally fixed today. So I presume that's you're rooting for him today, Johan. The Dutchie left in the field. We've got Florin Bilan, who I recognise as well. So top 3 stacks at this table are all familiar names to me. Not sure about Dennis in C4. Sasha has been eliminated. Martin is at the table as well. Julio in seat 7 and Dirk de Beyer in seat 8, who's got some work to do. And Theo can afford to be very aggressive at this feature table with all those chips. It's just an overwhelming chip lead right now. Ace 10 6 comes the flop, 2 diamonds. Julio defending. Julio, I also recognize, he is known as a bit of a legend around the King's Resort, if I remember correctly. So we've got a lot of familiar faces with 16 players remaining at this feature table. And Theo going for a larger bet there is just going to price out Julio. Had he gone for a bit of a smaller sizing, like 250, 240, something around that area, most likely would see Julio peel and see a turn card. But because he goes for 400, Julio just decides to let it go with the 2 diamonds out there and the overcard to his pair. We've got action here. Dennis 3 betting to 700k with the jacks in the hijack. Florin raising with King Queen of Hearts. This pot now at 1.7 million. Flop going checka. Florin picking up equity on the turn with a flush draw. Not great though, considering it's a double pair board. And if Florin checks again, Dennis might be inclined to bet something small. Instead, Florin is going to try a small bet himself. Goes for 350, and I think Dennis is going to have to see a river for this price. Florin does check, and Dennis will be happy to check it down. Decent sized pot there for Dennis, 2.4 million, now playing 6.4 mil, which is good for over 50 bigs. Florin with a flush draw here on the Jack 8-7, defending from the big blind. Tio with the 10-4 diamonds. Takes that one down with a bet with his flush draw on the turn. Yena says I opened off 30 bigs under the gun, 10 10s. Got 3 bet from mid position to 5 bigs. Is a jam okay here or a call better? It just depends on who your opponent is, how aggressive he's playing, etc. But 10 seems like a fine. Florin in the cutoff, gonna raise with ace king suited. Takes down the blinds and antes. Slazzo says 10-10 is GTO shove, but hey, no idea what other info you have. Well, it just depends. If these guys coming after you, you definitely want to be shoving your 10s. Sometimes you can just call. It's only 3 bigs more. As long as we're not folding there, I think all options are fine. Now, Julio is shoving for almost 15 bigs with 10s under a gun. This is going to be fine, but again, I just think from early position with hands like this, we want to be min-raising off 15 bigs. If you've like 13 or less, we can just start jamming, but I just think 15 is a bit too much. We still get some value for our hand instead of just trying to take down the blinds and antes. I understand that we are getting close-ish to the final table, doesn't want to risk it, etc. But I still think 10s plus going to play better as a raise. Takes that one down. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it. Pressure is on, as I keep saying. Form of 10s, min raising. Peppa G will be opening this one in the cut-off with King Jack off suit. Pepe with top 2. Tio with a piece of it. He's got a lot of chips. Expect to see him call and see a turn for this sizing. Ace of spades hits the turn. That's going to quickly go check, check. River is the 6 of spades and 4 spades on the board. Both players just going to want to get the showdown. Pepe G will be happy to take that one down, playing close to 6 million now. Pepe opening again. Florin defending. Queen 8-8 is the flop. Goes check, check. Turn is the Jack of clubs. Interesting card here. Florin with the flush draw is going to check here on the turn. Pepe is going to bet very small. Pepe will take that one down. Ace of diamonds hitting the river. Couple of pots going in Pepe's direction. He'd be happy to just take them down. Linky asks, are the payouts okay? Yeah, they're fine. Pretty sure. Oh, no, payouts are not okay. Payouts were fine last night, but they seem to have gone back to the way they were before. It is €44,700. They're thereabouts for first place, top four. We're going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. This takes place later on this year. And I will get those payouts updated for you. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Flamingo in the house. What's up, Flamingo? Tio playing over 100 bigs. Massive stack. Peppa G with 54. Dennis with 51. Florin with 45. Julio with 15. Martin with 13. Shortest stack at this table is Dirk playing 12 big blinds. Dan Fox in the house says, good morning everyone, happy to hear the greatest caster voice I've ever heard back again. Jeez, thanks for such kind words. We were having some technical malfunctions and difficulties there on the mic, but it seemed to be something wrong with malware working on my computer that wasn't even meant to be there. So I was watching some fights, maybe even watching them illegally at the weekend, so perhaps that was what it was from. Allegedly, I should say. We're going to see a big pot here. We've got action. Peppa G with pocket nines. Julio ace jack off suit. But it seems like Peppa G not wanting to play for it there. That's a big fold from the pocket nines. Don't really know what I think about that. I suppose he feels like he's flipping at best. He doesn't want to gamble, and it's very understandable. Dan Fox says, have you all had lunch and dinner break? If so, what did you have? Yeah, we just went on break not so long ago. What did I have? I had a pot of coffee. Johan, thank you very much for changing the payouts. Martin taking that one down with ace queen off suit. Dan Fox says, wow, Twitch. Had to watch the same 30-second ad 3 times in a row. How amazing. Well, you know how you can fix that. Support the channel. €5 a month, folks. It's not much to ask. Get rid of all those pesky ads. Jaxie is in the house, says, how's the crack, Sham? You know you're Irish anyway, Jaxie. What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us. Dennis raising to 250 from the hijack with ace-8 offsuit. Teo is going to defend with ace-queen offsuit. Flop is ace-jack-5, all clubs. Jaxie says, great to see the old Hendon Mob creator taking an EPT title. You know what? I was giving him loads of praise on the channel yesterday. Unbelievable result for Barney Boatman at 68 years old. Fair play to the man. Barney Boatman gets the job done, decimating that final table. And what I was saying yesterday, Jaxie, was I done my commentating for Kings Sunday and Monday. Didn't do much. Oh, actually watched whatever they were streaming on the Tuesday, and then there was nothing on the Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, about 10 hours each day. So I watched so much poker and commentated loads last week. So about 60 hours in total. And it was just a testament to how great the action was. And I loved some of his retorts when Aphrodite was in his ear about plays he was making. He really had the right thing to say at the right time. I found that very entertaining. Also, Dan Fox says he loves the background play area that they're in. Think he'll build that in his basement for the home games. Well, I hope you've got a big wallet to build something, because when you see that in the flesh and you're there, you realise how much money, time and effort goes into the Kings production team. It's just incredible. Even watching this stream, commentating on it for 2 years or whatever, and then just one trip over there and you can see it, it's just like, wow. It really hits home how great of a job they do. Dan Fox says Boatman ran extremely well and played even better. He was locked in. It was amazing to see. Congrats to him. And what a spot Paris was, because there was still a good few recreationals left with the last 3 tables remaining. Like I was talking about a hand last night where there was 18 players remaining and a guy decides to shove 13 blinds in the cutoff with 7-3 offsuit in a 5k EPT with 1.3 million up top. It was just crazy to see. Dan Fox says Boatman rarely made any mistakes or made a bad call. He just lost a few flips, which is the poker gods. I mean, you can say anything you want about him losing flips. He flopped about 17 sets and about 10 flushes to go with it. But he did play well. Are any of you out there trying to get your last chance to qualify on GG for that 10 million guaranteed tourney? Obviously, I'm not playing it myself, but it is a great event to try get a stack through in. Meanwhile, Julio going all in from the cutoff at ace-6 suited. Four and wants a count. Now, he can afford this, and it's not a huge shove. I like that fold from 6s. I think we're obviously going to fold deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s. 6s, a little bit less I would like to gamble there, but with the ICM at play, he doesn't really need to take those risks. And Julio doing a lot of jamming, so 6 is going to get out of the way. I think 7s or 8s, we've got to go there, but 6 is right on the line. Right on the line between order and chaos. Dan Fox says he wished more events were open to qualify for in the US online. If I won an entry, I'd happily fly to any event around the world. I mean, you're spoiled for choice in the US, Dan Fox. I wouldn't worry about it. Jaxie with a very good point there. He ran hot but never backed down considering the talent. He's an old style horse, dug deep to grind out the W. Yeah, didn't let much phase him. Made the good calls when he needed to make the good calls. Good players put themselves in a position to get lucky, and that's exactly what he did. Regardless of how well he ran, he was up against some quality opposition. Florin Betson takes it down there on the Queen 8-6 with the deuces. Dan Fox says he'd also love to hear my point of view on this. The final hand, the guy was out of time bank cards, and although he knew he was dominating chip count, he asked for a chip count to give him more time. I personally feel like this should not be allowed. The thoughts? I agree with you, Dan. Take every advantage you can. If he was doing that, say that was his 5th time to do it. I thought about this at the time. Because he only done that once and he was out of time bank cards, I think it's okay. If he made a habit of that and it was the 2nd, 3rd, 4th or 5th time to do it, then I think it's totally unacceptable. But a one and done situation there is not the biggest cheater of all time, or like, I don't want to call it cheating. He just used it to his advantage that one time, and he is a quality player, and you know, it might be slightly bad etiquette, but it's probably not outside the rules. And because he only done it once, I think it's okay. But as I said, if he'd done it multiple times, I'd be totally against it. Also, I was thinking in that moment, Dan, could he just ask for a time? Like, Barney's such a gent, you just go, here, there's one time bank chip. I don't know if you can give them one, but I actually would in that moment say, here, look, there's 30 seconds. Go on. I don't need them. But I know you can't do that. You're giving your opponent extra incentives to play better against you. So, I mean, you've got to take every edge you can. I just think in that moment, with 800k locked up and you've got all the chips, go, here, look, there's a minute if you need to take a decision. And I think that would be a really nice gesture, but obviously that's probably against the rules. Dan says, just worried that more be adapt that and use it in tournaments. Hopefully they add that as a rule. I mean, if you're going to talk about any ruling, I mean, Afrat using 8 time bank chips with 4-3 offsuit under the gun, with about 7 minutes left on the clock at the end of, I think it was at day 4. I thought that was very funny. But you see, the thing is, no players are going to object to him doing that because they want to run down the clock and bag and tag anyway. So, I mean, if you're the chip leader, though, you want to get as many hands in as possible. Blinds have gone up. 80k is now the small blind. 160k is now the big blind, with 160k running big blind ante. That's 80, 160, 160. Florin with the min raise. Jaxie says he thought Army Barr must make that river call with top set after investing so much. I think if he makes the call, he goes on to win it. It's a very strange hand to comment on because Me is just such a quality online player, so it's very hard to put him down or say he's done the wrong thing. It's a disgusting spot to be in. But then people were trying to say that the 10s were shoving as a bluff, but sure, the only thing you're bluffing is a better set, which happens to be the set of jacks, so it's obviously not a bluff. I seen some comments about that, and I was like, no, that's absurd. Very strange hand, nonetheless. On the biggest stage, playing for so much money. Jaxie says, wait, I'll get back to this in a second because we've got action. Dirk all in with ace-7 off suit. Martin with ace-king off suit. What a time to pick this hand up. Dirk with a bit of a big shove here, but the blinds had gone up and we're not playing 9 max, so mightn't be the worst. I prefer to just let these ace-6, ace-7 and 8-8s off go. Martin with the best hand. Queen 8-6 is the flop, 2 spades. 5 of spades hits the turn. River is the 6 of hearts. Dirk picking up with an open ender on the turn there, but Martin with the ace of spades. River pairing the board, no good for Dirk. Dirk has been eliminated. Martin will scoop those chips, playing almost 3 million now, and we get one player closer to the final table. Jaxie says he's looking forward to seeing some breakdowns on the YouTube to that hand. Flamingo says we know out of first hand that he thought he was in front with his 10-10 on that river. Yeah, I talked to one of my friends who is a very good poker player, and he's definitely shoving for value on the river because we never expect me to check a full or a flush on the river over to our opponent because he's not going to risk the river getting checked back by the button in position. So therefore, once Army checks over to his opponent, we have to shove for value on the river because it's just so unlikely that when we're sitting there with a set of 10s that our opponent is going to have a flush. For Army, it's just a horrible river. It's so likely that our opponent has a flush because he's going to check back so much of his range on the river. So it would be the most disgusting situation of all time if his opponent happened to have the one hand that he could beat a set of 10s. But when he gets shoved on, he feels like his set of jacks is just not going to be winning enough to make it profitable, even if he is getting a big price. So therefore, he is forced to fold. A lot of players berating him about that fold, and I don't think... I've just seen a few comments on Twitter. I don't really go on social media, but I happen to be on it, seeing what the comments were for Barney, and I've seen stuff about that hand, and it just seems like few people thought it was very bad to fold there because you've so much of your chips invested, but on the biggest stage, playing for that much money and the prestige of an EPT title, a man of Omi's caliber, I wouldn't be second guessing his decision-making process. It's not like he's nervous or hasn't played for that kind of money before. So I think he was forced to fold in game. And it's easy for us to say at home that he should call it off. Your opponent's not meant to have a set of tens there. And the way it played out, it just seemed like he would have to have a flush on the button. The 420, I call him, the Jeff 420, giving the love hearts. What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us. Boom, shaka laka, like the name. Says Bear also folded jacks to Barney with an overpair to his stone bluff. Well, that was what I was saying. Barney was getting away with murder. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of folding with the jacks there, but it was easy for me to say because I could see how much Barney was getting away with when we could see the cards. When you're sitting there against an Owlad who has a perceived very tight range, you've got to give him credit. So there's roughly 14 players remaining, folks. So 2 tables of 7 is what you're looking at, give or take. 5 eliminations away from the FT. Top 4 finishers will win a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Taking place at the King's Resort live from Rosvedov later on this year. Looks like the current payout is €2,250 and they're playing for 45 grand for the winner, so it is all to play for. Jaxie says no many. How many left? Yeah, we're missing key information. Like I said, there's a new system installed. We've had a few bugs. We're getting them fixed. It's just taking a few weeks to work out the kinks. That's all I know for now. Dennis is just going to call from the small here, facing the open from under the gun from Martin, and his jack's getting out flopped here. I don't mind the just calling here from Dennis, but because it's an under the gun open off this stack depth. But having said that, I think Jax is just going to play better as a 3-bet. Jax is just so vulnerable. And we have a very condensed range when we call from the small. So our opponent can put a lot of pressure on us. And we see on this ace queen 9 flop, Martin is just going to bet. And now we don't know where we're at with our jacks. We're just going to be forced to let the hand go. Bird says, for me it seemed that all the young guns put Barney on a tight image, but that was wrong. They seem not to have prepared very well for Barney because in fact he is not that tight. Yeah, he's well able to mix it up. He got through some wicked bluffs at certain times, but for the most part he did just get hand after hand. Nice to see so many of you in the chat talking about the EPT and Barney, because I don't normally watch about 50 hours. I've been watching all the EPTs for the last year or so. It's good homework. It makes me better at the commentating and whatnot. Pick up on things. Plus, I'm a fan of the game. Action man, Dan fan. But it's nice that when you're talking about it in the chat, I know exactly what hands you're on about, etc. Sometimes I just poke my nose in and then go about my day, but this time I was glued to the screen. Julio taking that one down. Now playing 12 bigs. Nice pickup for him, adding 400k to his stack. Uncontested. Updated the chip counts here. Tio with 86 bigs. Florin with 41. Peppa G with 34. Dennis with 30. Martin with 21. And Julio is your shortest stack, playing 12 bigs. Looks like we just have 6 here at this feature table, so that must mean that 12 players are remaining now. Boom Shakalaka says, I think people made the right read that he was tight in certain spots, like overfolding in the big blind pre-flop and too tight in a few other spots, but overall played really well. He made some big folds to 3-bets when he was in position that I wouldn't have expected him to do. Then he'd make up for it by getting in a 4-bet or outplaying his opponent in a different spot that I wouldn't expect. So it's just like riding a bike. It's a balance trick. Dennis raising to 350 here in the cutoff at 7-5 suited. Peppa's going to call with ace-10 off suit on the button. Action flop here, top pair for Peppa, flush draw for Dennis. Interesting turn card with 1.8 million in the pot now. Dennis with a flush. Now, if Dennis checks, I think Peppa should just check back for pot control. Although, if he wants to bet a second time, it's to probably just check back on the river. I just think this looks very strong from Dennis here. He's just protecting his hand. Trying to think what hand he just check calls with and now leads into his opponent on the turn that we're beaten with an ace-10. For that reason, I think we just get rid of our top pair. Just too strong from Dennis there. It just looks way too nutted, in my opinion. Maybe against a different opponent we could see a river there, but it's just so easy for Peppa G to get rid of his top pair once his opponent does that. I'm not saying it's bad to lead with your flush there, protecting your hand, especially with 12 remaining in such a big event, but It's just telegraphing the strength of your hand to your opponent, which is not something you want to be doing. Peppa G getting busy with it. Raised to 350 with Queen 6 offsuit. Martin on the button with pocket 8s. Just going to call. I think I prefer for Martin to rejam with a pair here. Peppa G with the continue. I way prefer Martin to just rejam this one pre. His hand's too vulnerable, especially against a cut-off open. And now he's going to call this small bet. Doesn't know where he's at heading to the turn with 2 overcards to his pocket pair. Peppa not going to be deterred from firing a second barrel here. Really putting Martin to the test. Large bet of 1 million. Wasn't expecting to see this from Peppa. Really repping a hand like Ace Queen or something to that effect. He just has Martin in a bin here, even if he is out of position, because he knows that a lot of big hands that contain an ace would rejam pre, like Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King. And we block Ace Queen. So therefore, he feels like it's a good opportunity for him to fire a second barrel, get his opponent to fold something like Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10. He would expect hands like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s to rejam pre. Perhaps the odd time we could get him off a weak ace. So there's a lot of merits for Peppa G to be betting a second time here. And I wasn't sure if we would see him bet a second time, but it makes a lot of sense. So nice strong play here from Peppa. I don't think Martin can continue, considering that 1 million indicates about 40% of his remaining stack. So again, as I aforementioned, that is why his pocket pair is going to play so much better as a rejam pre off that stack depth. Gotta admire Florin's moxie there. You had to give up on that river with the double pair board. Bird wants to know if Florin had won with the 7-2. Woody, you've got 100k chips from every player. I don't think so. Bird says Peppa plays the same way as he plays on Saturday evenings. Cash game, either 5-10 or 10-20. Red Misty wants to know, did I watch the cup final? Which was the cup final, bro? Oh, do you mean soccer? I'll tell you what I watched, Red Misty, now. I'll tell you what I want. I'll tell you what you want if you really, really want. I watched a lot of sport on Saturday. I'm not the biggest soccer fan. I used to support Man United a lot when I was younger, when like Peter Schmeichel was in goals and they had York and Cole up front and Solskjaer. Roy Keane was still on the team, I think, at the time. Dennis Irwin, David Beckham, Ryan Giggs. That's when I loved Manchester United. Then I felt like too much money got involved with the Premier League and I kind of checked out. Yuri says football, not soccer. Well, you see, in Ireland we have football, which GAA is called football, so we can't call football soccer, so I end up calling soccer soccer. But I see what you're saying, it's called football. That soccer is an American word. I watched Barney Boatman on Saturday. I watched a bit of the cup that you're on about, but that was only flicking stations. I watched Ireland in the rugby. I watched Mayo and Tyrone in the football /GAA. Then I watched the PFL in Saudi Arabia, the fights, and then I watched the UFC. So that's what I did on Saturday. I should probably go get a life. I presume if you're asking me, did I watch the cup, that means that you support Liverpool. So what have we got here? Theo staying active. Florin going to call on the button with ace-4 suited. Peppa G going to come along for the ride with 6-5 off suit, getting a good price. 1.3 million in the pot. Small bet from Theo. Now, I don't hate this bet from Theo because he's got so much chips, but I don't love it either. Just out of position against two players. Granted that one of them is the big blind. Whoa. Theo firing a second time. I would like for Theo to think about this for a bit longer. Having just said that though, don't mind his sizing. Goes for 900k. And Florin won't love this. His hand shriveling up significantly here on the turn. Wouldn't expect Theo to be double barrel bluffing much out of position. on a board like this. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to see Florin fold there. I think that overall in a vacuum is going to be a good fold. Wouldn't have been shocked to see him call a second bet and reevaluate on the river. But if you feel like you're going to be folding to the pressure on the river, then why pay 900k bet on the turn? It's a really bad spot for the ace-4. Theo using those chips to his advantage. I'm really liking the way Theo is playing with that stack. He's not getting overly invested in pots, but when he is involved, he is finding a way to take these pots down by applying maximum amount of pressure. So that's quite impressive from Theo so far. Bird says, cool down, guys. Okay. Cool down, guys. Check moi says, why call ace-4 suit for fold on the turn? Well, I don't know if that's the exact right way to be looking at it. Check moi. Like calling pre, a lot of good things can happen with a hand like ace-4 suited. Calling on the flop, we can pick up additional equity in the form of a diamond or another ace. Our opponent might just shut down. I expected Theo to just probably shut down there on the turn, but for the same reason you've seen Peppa G continue to bluff. We just have a range advantage against the button flatting range, and therefore we can put a lot of pressure on our opponents even if we are out of position. You're seeing nice play from Peppa G and Theo. Things really heating up here as we get closer and closer to the FT. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the EPSC Main Event, final day, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. About 12 players remaining. Checkmate says the turn deuce doesn't change anything. No, it doesn't, but the firing the continuation barrel on the turn from Theo does change everything, because he's saying he's got a big hand and it's going to be hard to get the showdown if we do call the turn. Once he's bet flop and turn, we would think he's going to fire on the river a decent portion of the time, and therefore he just decides to get out of the way and avoid the danger on the turn. Peppa G is going to bet 600k here on the river. MRZ wants to know how many players are remaining. About 12 players remaining right now. Bird with the spoiler alert. We're not there yet, Bird. So just remember, we're on a 30-minute delay. Peppa G likes his queen 6, wins another pot with it. Martin all in from the button over the top of Peppa G. Peppa G forced to let it go. Julio with the shove from the button. Theo wants a count. Pocket fours. I don't think Theo should be calling with fours. These small pairs just don't play too well in these ICM situations, and he doesn't really need to risk it. He's got all the chips. Having said that, if he fancied a gamble, he could go for it to try eliminate Julio here. I think sixes plus seems like a better pair to go with here. Fold your deuces, threes, fours and fives. Julio takes that one down. Pepper going to put the pressure on here with the Queen 4. Dennis completing with 10-8 offsuit. Don't think he can see a flop now. Lets it go. Still 12 players remaining. Florin min raising here in the cutoff of Queen Jack offsuit. 30 bakes to start the hand. Dennis is going to 3-bet on the button with Ace 10 offsuit to 1 million. Puts the pressure back on Florin. Johan is going to play bridge. Best of luck with the bridge, Johan. Janet in the house. What's up? Florin raises to 400k. Blinds have just gone up. He's got Queen 10 of clubs. Small blind is now 100k. Big blind is now 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. Martin is going to 3-bet. Basically putting himself all in. It's a shove. Just pausing for the pay jump. And Florin lets it go once more. Dennis takes that one down with the King Queen of Spades. Over 7 million now for Dennis. Kamikaze Boogie in the house says, hello Action Man Dan, the King's Resort live stream looks amazing as usual. Yeah, the graphics are just incredible. I really like that midnight blue in the background and indeed on the felt also. Kamikaze Boogie says, I will be putting all of your poker coaching to work next week in a live tournament. Thank you for being you. Wow, thank you for such kind words. Jackson Powell says, is Spraggy still in? Spraggy is on, he's on a flight, but he went to the wrong airport. Julio all in from the cutoff. Pocket eights, 8 bigs, 9 bigs even. And for Tio, King Queen offsuit, I wouldn't say no to a call there. But again, doesn't really need to risk it. I think that was a good opportunity to eliminate a player like Julio for sub 10 bigs, considering we're playing such a big stack. If he had any more, we could just pass. Any less, I think we've got to go. If King Queen is suited there, I definitely want to be gambling. Maybe I just want to see some action. I think it's fine to pass also. You get rid of your King 10 offsuits and your King Jack offsuit, but I just think the King Queen is going to beat so many more combos that shove from the cutoff that we're going to be flipping, we're going to have decent equity, and then the rest of the time we are just going to be dominating. I wouldn't call it a mistake, it's just this close to the FT, good opportunity to eliminate a player. We're going to have action here. Julio is all in with pocket 7s, Florin with pocket 10s. Wow, Peppa G waking up with two ladies here in the big blind. What a time to get the ladies. Lucky ladies for Peppa G. Has the opportunity to eliminate two players here. Big hand, folks. Look at the size of this pot. 10 million. What a spot this is for Peppa. Julio and Florin with under pairs to the ladies, needing to flop a set or something like that. We could have a double elimination. Ten, 9, Jack is the flop. Wow, Florin flopping a set of tens here. Peppa G with an open ender. Turn is the deuce of hearts. This is sick for Peppa. Still 22% equity as we hit the river. It is the 9 of clubs. Julio has been eliminated. Peppa loses a chunk of change, left with 6 bigs. And Florin, the 10s, defeating the ladies, giving him a stack of over 10 million. Spikes the 2-outer and now playing over 50 bigs. It's a cruel game sometimes. Got a feel for Peppa G. Absolutely nothing he can do, of course. As Dan Fox says, flips, man, they hurt. Indeed. There is an update of the chip counts. Looks like we are on the final table bubble, folks. Tio at 71 bigs, Florin with 50, Dennis 34, Martin with 16, and Peppa G with a lot of work to do after that cruel turn card, or flop even. Cruel 2-outer, we'll call it. Playing only 6 bigs. William says, could have folded Queen, Queen. Not sure if serious there, William, but absolutely not. As Kamikaze says, at the end of the day, all you can do is get it in good and hope for the best. Florin raises to 550 with King 5 of hearts. Doomy says, I only followed to say this guy who just commented would have never folded Queen there himself. I don't think so. What a golden opportunity. Queen's an absolute premium. I understand what you're saying, William. It's just that it's not going to be a flip all the time because we're short-handed now, so ranges are more condensed. To call it like so, your queens are just going to be dominating more hands, I feel, because your opponents should be adjusting to the fact that there's less players at the table and blinds and antes are going to come around faster and faster. Sometimes you just have to stick it in and think of Ireland, and with the lucky ladies, can't be folding there. Peppa G all in with his fours, and Theo is going to be calling this one with A7, and it's going to be hard to beat Theo today. I don't fancy Peppa G's chances here, even though he is in a coin flip situation and technically ahead. Well, it says 52-48. It's a flip, whatever way you want to look at it. $997 is the flop. And like I said, Theo running very pure today so far. Peppa G had his work cut out for him. And he's going to be disgruntled and very disappointed with that result. And I do not blame him in the slightest. Played well there. Very strong opponent has left the building in 10th place. That means, folks, we have our final 9. We're going to go on a break for the guts of 20 minutes, and I will see you back here. Find out which one of these 9 players is going to become your EPSC champion. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We'll be right back.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If Temato. It isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60
by Volkov. Up to 165, now the Ducklings. Losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What is going... What have we walked into?
I thought
Nejad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was. Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at Kings. That may be a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule.
No.
Venti. Is he, or a mint julep?
It's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents are funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Who, remember, 3-bet from the small, showed the ace-king, obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited. We pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small
Home TV stream
with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kudu's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
You just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go.
I know, but
Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot
26 left, main event.
with action behind, like,
Минимум дамы. Минимум дамы. Не годится.
No, I know.
Никогда. Просто
You don't know about that.
Здорово.
Well,
Первый раз он исполнил. Прикинь.
comments aside,
За что я говорю, да, да.
we're going to play
Я
for
без слов
760.
такую
look
карту.
at the class.
Здорово.
Kura's given it, by the way. Kind of just like,
Why you do this?
hey pal,
Удивительно, да?
Time for slow.
be careful who you make enemies of.
Нормально.
Yeah, changing the ego 2-3 minutes.
Paired flop. Presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shoko. Nervy moments for his ace queen and the 9 on the turn. A dagger delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn on this river? That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better.
GG.
You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final 2 tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace queen very involved.
Wow, he's gone pretty big. 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. He's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Poodle and Vela down to dust, Ali.
Bogdanov's watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my phone? Yes?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though, I guess. Randy's decided, look, I'm going to make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
he's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand.
7 check.
Can Martinson find a check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
Don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet than trying to do check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000, the bet very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
god, what is going on here? Made a move of just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but That was spicy.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Alrighty, folks. Lights, camera, action. Final table of the EPSC main event. €250 buy-in has just got underway. Cards are in the air. €4,750 is the current payout, all chasing the first prize of over 50 grand, including the 10k ticket for the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place later on this year. William Fritz said, great commentary. Thanks for your comment. Love hearing that. You're enjoying the show. Nice to have you with us. Good bit of action happening in the chat box today on the Poker Room Kings. The Action Army on Twitch. Nice one to see. The continued support, lads. Makes my job easier and more entertaining for the fans. And hello to everyone tuning in on this Monday evening from YouTube. Also, give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you're new to the channel. Last time I'll be mentioning it tonight. We've got some new clobber on our merchandise store over at the website www.kingsresort.com. And they added another new product. It's like a man satchel for all your chips, etc. Your phone, your wallet, your keys. I'd like to get my hands on one of them. Also, the new tracksuit looks deadly. Poker Face collection. We get to the action now. Zlatanar betting 1 million on the Queen 4-3 flop. Florin lets it go. We've got a lot of nationalities being represented at this final table. Germany, Romania, Netherlands. Actually, most players from Germany are repping the German flag. But it is Theodore, the Dutchie, with the overwhelming chip lead of 78 bigs. Nearly 20 bigs more than second place, who is Zlatanar. And then Florin in third. Then we have Dr. Blackjack, Dennis, Joseph, Martin, and Roy, all in the mix. So fun. Final table in store for you folks. It's going to be hard to beat Theodore. Let's see what happens. Lots of pink chips in front of him at the moment, but anything can happen, as you know. No limit hold'em tournaments, a very volatile sport. Pay jump's just going to be more and more significant from here on out. Jarima waving in the chat. What's up, Jarima? Blackjack raising to 475 and Martin in the cutoff. King, Queen of clubs, 13 bigs. I think Martin wants to be shoving this one. It's just going to be too good of a spot for a rejam. Yes, the pressure's on. Yes, there's a lot of ICM considerations, but that's just a really nice hand to rejam there off that stack depth. Zlatanar is going to 3-bet with King 10 offsuit on the button to 1.2 million. Putting them chips to work. Nice pick up there for him. Good combo to do it with. Blocking nicely with the King and the 10. Fish asked, is Peppa G still in? Peppa G had a world of pain happening before the break. Lost a three-way all-in with pocket queens against pocket sevens against pocket tens. The tens flopped the set. There was over 10 million in the pot, which was just over 50 bigs, and that seen him be left with 6 big blinds. And then he lost the flip against Tio, who was running very well. So we say goodbye to Pepe in 10th place, and a very strong opponent gone. He was playing pretty well, got a few bluffs through, was staying active, put his money in very good, just very unlucky on this occasion. And Roy, by far the shortest stack, is not going to defend there with 6-7 suited. I actually think, even though we've only got 3 bigs, might be a good spot to call one big, considering we've already got 2 invested. Which says TY for the info. No problem, man. Florin going to min raise. Roy can't stack off here. Stefan going for it on the button with ace-7 off suit. Florin going to be priced in. We've got an all-in and a call. Stefan with the best hand, but the ace-5 basically in a coin flip situation. 3.2 million in the pot. Stefan, the at-risk player. 10-8-6 is the flop, 2 clubs. Turn is the deuce of clubs. River is the 4 diamonds. Stefan, it's the full double. Won't hurt Florin too much. Still playing 44 bigs. Slatner 3 betting here or clicking it back. Perhaps the graphics are incorrect. We'll find out in a second. Theo, the original opener, with the ace-10 offsuit from under the gun. I'm not sure if this is a mistake by his Latner. He's just trying to control the hand. Perhaps he didn't see the open from under the gun. That seems like the most likely thing that's happened here. But either way, Theodore not going to be going anywhere for just an additional big blind. Does call. Checks it over to his opponent on the 4-3 deuce 2 heart flop. And Zlataner is going to waste no time in betting 1.2 million. It's a pretty big fold there with 3 bigs with the Jack-9 offsuit. Not sure about that one. I think that's going to be good enough to try get our chips in the middle and double up and get something going. Joseph is going to min raise, and that is the wrong guy to be min raising into, giving Theo, the chip leader, way too good of odds to call in position. I prefer to use a much larger sizing from the small with a hand like 10-6 suited here, or just call and try see a flop. Complete your option. Picks up equity on the turn in the form of a straight draw. Actually, would have preferred to see him bet the flop. Backdoor heart draw, backdoor straight draw, took the initiative pre. Strange that he min raises into Theo and now checks flop and turn. Now, Queen of Diamonds hits the river. Is he finally going to bet? It's going to be too little too late. I don't think a C-bet would have worked anyway unless he went for very large sizing. So Theo's just going to pick him off here. If Joseph wanted to take this away from his opponent, he would have had to fire flop and turn, I reckon. Joseph losing chips there unnecessarily, and Theo now playing over 16 million. So raise to 650 from Zlatner, staying active. Joseph is going to call on the button, and now action is on Theo in the small blind with King Queen off suit. Doesn't really need to get involved here. Good pass there from Theo. Zlatner betting 1.5 million here on King 6-6. Mizo is asking where the top right info is. We don't have it at the moment. We have installed a new system and there's been a few bugs in the system while we're working out the kinks, so we're missing that information currently. Zlatner is going to take this one down with his aggression, and he is now playing over 16 million also. Roygal still waiting for an opportunity to get his money in the middle. Blinds and antes are going to come around to him soon enough. He'd want to make a move shortly. He'll be all in by default. Theo with ace king of hearts here on the button. Martin's going to call for an additional 300k. Flop is king 4-3, 2 diamonds. Theo with top pair. This could be disaster for Martin. He's got top pair, also with an inferior kicker and just 10 bigs behind. Theo just wants to bet very small here. He goes for a bit of a larger sizing. I don't think it's going to matter. Martin's going to have to get it in. Freddy Krueger says all in and all out. Bad call. Might be the greatest of calls considering his opponent across the table from him has less than 3 bigs. And Theo can put so much pressure on us. Now he's in big trouble. Just 12% to remain in this tournament. Just 2 9s left in the deck. Or it will be a 9 for Martin and a good night. Now has 5 outs. River is the 10 of clubs. Theo was never in any doubt. Playing 94 big blinds now. Martin has been eliminated and will take home €4,750 for his efforts. That means 8 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €6,225. And Roy finds an opportunity to get the last of his money across the line with ace-4 suited here for 550. Joseph is going to call from the hijack. I don't really like this call from Joseph at all because he wants to let one of the other players try eliminate Roy. He doesn't really need to get involved here at all. And ace deuce flopping a pair, top pair. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Roy will survive, it looks like. This one going to Splitsville. Not much to talk about there. I just think Joseph should have folded. Folded pre. It's not the worst call in the world. You're going to bring other people behind you into the pot as well, give you extra opportunity to eliminate a player, but just think you want a stronger hand than the ace deuce there. ICM considerations to take on board. Tio raises to 500k with the king 7 offsuit and the cutoff, and Dr. Blackjack with ace queen, 27 bigs. Now, a bit of an awkward stack here for Dr. Blackjack. I actually wouldn't hate a shove. I wouldn't hate a call. Yeah, I think shoving on Tio is probably your best option here, honestly. 3-betting, totally fine also, but just put the hammer down and get the job done and move on. Slatner now with the same hand in the small blind, but going to be forced to let this one go. William Fritz says a hard fold. The ace-queen is actually an easy enough fold because you've got so much chips and the button's jamming range is going to be pretty condensed against Tio's opening range because of what's at stake. The big pay jumps and the 4 tickets up for grabs for the 10k WSOP main event. So all of those factors taken into consideration, his hand plays best as a jam. Wouldn't have minded a flat either, but the small blind just going to be forced to let the ace-queen offsuit go. Risk to reward there, just not going to be good enough. Florin is going to 3.5x from the small here. I actually prefer just a straight up jam, but does just get the job done. Raising to 700k, taking it down. Florin is just going to limp on the button, mixing it up with the 10-9 offsuit here. Roy with 8 deuce offsuit in a world of hurt. Queen 10-9 comes the flop, hoping to get a bigger hand there for Roy in the big, considering he's posted his big blind and his big blind ante. Joseph going for a limp here off 15 bigs under the gun with Queen 9 of Hearts. I wouldn't be too much of a fan of this with what's at stake. He just doesn't really have the chips. I'm all for mixing it up here. I do understand that they're trying to get Roy out of there. But there's just so many people to act behind him, especially with two huge stacks at this table. Theo going to bump it up, of course, with ace, queen of clubs. Theo raising to 650, and Joseph is going to call for the additional 450. That's where Joseph should just get rid of it. Queen Jack Deuce is the flop, and now this could be disastrous for top pair for Joseph here. It's going to be tough for him to get away from this now, and this is not good from an ICM perspective, considering Roy only has about 2 big blinds remaining. Theo is just going to bet 1.1 million. Theo cannot be stopped. My man is accumulating chips at a rapid rate. And lads, I have to say it as I see it as a broadcaster and an Irish pundit. Joseph blowing up, it has to be said. Now, granted, he flopped top pair, but he just should be out of there. Let Roy bust, get the pay jump. No reason to get involved here whatsoever. And it's going to cost him dearly. Turn seals the deal. And Joseph will regret that one later. Theo eliminating another player. Now playing basically 22 million in chips with a big smile on his face. Few comments coming in there, yeah. It's always refreshing to see, like I said, the amount of mistakes I've seen in the EPT Paris. Like, obviously, you're going to have beasts upon beasts in these tournaments, but we're all human. And as I always say, I feel like I repeat myself to death on this channel, but you've got to remember there's always new viewers each week, so it's a fresh show. They're recreationals for the most part who are having the time of their lives with the opportunity to play for huge money. So obviously the skills aren't going to match, I guess is one way of putting it. They don't know about ICM. They don't know about solvers. We don't know. It's meant to be a nice, friendly atmosphere. That's why people love playing at the King's Resort in Rosvedov. But that's why you're going to see subpar plays in a 250 buy-in. And I don't think there's any sarcasm coming from you, Sajo. I just try to be the diplomat, the middleman, Dan, and not be too harsh on what I see. Sometimes I don't hold back, I can't, but I don't like to berate these players, you know. We're trying to grow the game, and look how much we have grown the game. Everything's only easy if you know the answers. Yeah, you're going to see mistakes happen at all levels. Especially this decade, considering there's such a massive poker boom happening all around the world. And you've got to tip your hat there to Roy Roy getting rewarded for his patience, I suppose you could call it. Has got the pay jump. 7 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €8,800. Theo picking up the red ladies. 3 betting to nearly 2 mil. 1.75. Doesn't want to be getting in big tangles with Zlatner, and I'd say Zlatner knows that. Slajo says 2003 there was a poker boom. 20 years later, LFG, another one yet. We're in the midst of it. I'd say it's going to happen for most of this decade. Roy in the cutoff with 9-8 offsuit. I think that's probably good enough to stack off with there with one big. But he does have a few hands to go with. I need to brush up on my ICM, especially sub 5 bigs, guys. I'm not going to beat around the bush there. It's hard to know. William says, super boom coming in. Yeah. It's alive and well. Doctor is in the big blind here. I think we just want to be raising and raising at least 3x. Maybe get about 850 here. Theo concedes. Doctor takes that one down. Blinds have just gone up as well. 125k is the small blind. 250 is the big with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Freyberg says German stream is having different payouts. Which one is right? Johan, the man, done the payouts earlier before he went to bridge. So I would assume our payouts are correct. It's about 45,000 for the winner. Doctor picking up aces, Florent with the raise from under the gun. Doctor is going to 3-bet from the small to 1.625 mil. Doctor taking that one down. William says was a great fold. Yeah, well, I just don't think he wants to be getting involved there, even if he has a hand like King Queen offsuit. There's just huge payouts to be taken into consideration here. Nobody wants to bust before Roy here also. Slatner with a wide call here from the small blind with just 7-6 off suit. Florin getting involved with King Jack, and Theo is going to c-bet. 1 million. Slatner with a piece of it, but no spade in his hand. He's out of position. Might just want to let this one go. Theo taking another one down, now playing 24 mil. Freddie Kruger says, drum and bass reggae. Not sure what you're on about there. I was saying you love rock and roll. Is there music on in the background or something? I can't. I don't really like drum and bass. As a DJ, I like most genres. I never found myself being attracted by the drum and bass. It's just too repetitive for me. And I do like all types of music, from classical music to heavy metal. Sometimes we hear loads of classic rock in the back at Kings, and then other times we don't hear it too much. Magic Carp says he prefers trance. I like a bit of trance. My favorite is probably melodic house, melodic techno, some new disco, Afro house, funky stuff. Red Misty says he plays hard trance and techno. Yeah, I don't talk enough about music or comedy on this channel. two of my hobbies or passions. But obviously, I have to run a tight ship and keep most of the content poker related. Yeah, I like some tech house. I like it all, really. Lived in Berlin for a while. Obviously, the music's very heavy over there. My favorite DJ ever would be Solomon. I'm sure some of you are familiar with Solomon. Solomon, Paul Kalkbrenner, that kind of thing. We've got action. Roy is all in. Dennis is going to offer him protection with the ace-king. Roy with the ace-8. Theo is also going to call. A lot of ace-kings popping off. Stefan is even going to try come along here for the ride for 475 more. It looks like in for a penny, in for a pounding. A bit of action here, folks. Four ways. Roy is in a lot of trouble. Going to need a lot of help. I don't really like Stefan calling for 475. It's too much of his remaining chips. Even if he is getting a great price. 8-3, just a horrific hand. Jack, deuce, deuce is the flop. Paired board here for Dennis. He might want to tin the field. Although, to eliminate a player probably makes more sense to just check. Everyone checking. Turn is the 9 of hearts. River is the king of clubs, and Dennis is going to hit top pair, top kicker on the river. Time to try get some value. Doesn't have to be huge. Something like 650 sounds good to me. Goes for 1 million. Roy is going to get showers here. Theo going to be forced to pay him. Actually, the more I think about it, yeah, closer to half pot, better sizing than 650. Roy has been eliminated. Theo will lose a pot for the first time in forever, it seems. And Dennis will take that one down now, playing 33 bigs. We lose Roy. Good game, sir. Unlucky in the end. Got a nice pay jump or two there off the very small stack. That means we go six-handed. That means we are 2 eliminations away from everyone securing that ticket for themselves. And that means things are going to tighten up around here. The pressure's on. You could cut the tension with a knife. And that also means that all players are now guaranteed a minimum of €11,150. Stoneberg says, go super farmer. I'm not sure what you mean. Is there someone at the table who's a farmer? Freddie says pot value. Freddie Krueger also says it's a bad call. I don't think it's a bad call, considering it gets checked down to the river. And Red Misty says he plays mainstream at gigs. Where do you play? I presume it's in Ireland. Is it some heavy events? Are you familiar with any of the reboot events? Slatner takes that one down. Oh, it was our payouts that were incorrect. Sorry, folks. Thank you, Bird, for sorting that out. Appreciate it. Theo taking it down. Magic Carp says, reboot linked with rebooted or completely different. It's Reboot Events Ireland. One of the bigger techno labels in the country. So, not rebooted, no. Stefan in the cutoff shoves for 1.6 mil. Dennis with a big enough decision here. I think sixes are going to be good enough to go. even if we are 2 eliminations away from the ticket, it's just 6 bigs, 6.5 bigs. It's very close. You've got to remember, he's got the big stacks behind him. I think the superior play here is to just call on the button. We do have a coin flip on our hands, and it is Stefan who is the at-risk player here. Dennis with the opportunity to eliminate a player and go 5-handed. Stefan with the opportunity to double up to almost 15 bigs. $10-5-6, and that's a set for Dennis. Stefan is going to be eliminated. Bar, runner, runner. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds, seals the deal. We lose. Stefan in 6th place. Good game, Stefan. Unlucky in the end. We'll take home €8,350 for his efforts. That means, folks, 5 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €11,250. So now it's €11,250. And we are on the bubble for that 10k ticket. So the difference of about 13 grand between 5th and 4th. So exciting times. You don't want to come 5th after getting through a massive field like this in such a big event. An opportunity to win so much money from a €250 buy-in. Red Misty says, Dan, just got back from London, just trying to get the things off the ground, but sadly have some hearing issues at the moment. Well, best of luck with those now, because they don't really go hand in hand with the DJing unless you're Pete Tong. Ah, yes, Stoneberg says, Theo is the superest of farmers. Slajo with a poem about ICM there. Can I ICM while you ICM? I don't know. Things have evened out here, though. There's no real short stack at all anymore. Doctor still playing very comfortable with 27 bigs. Florma 32, 41 for Dennis, 55 for Zlatner. And Theo way out in the lead with almost 100 bigs, with nearly 40% of all the chips in play. Magic Carp says, went to a rebooted night in Sheffield last year for Factor B. Great night, but an absolute sweatbox. Yeah, I'm 34 now, so I can't really deal too much with the sweatboxes anymore. I do love going to a festival or whatever, but the 3 days just, it's not really possible when you have to be back for the Sunday to commentate. And I also have 5 weddings this year, so I'm limited in what I can do for the meantime. But I do love going to gigs when I can. It's just becoming less and less. But I don't regret it, because I got to do a lot of that in my 20s. So there was one time last year where I was in Manchester at a warehouse visiting some friends on the Saturday night, and had to fly home to do the commentary on the Sunday. That was all fine. Got a few hours sleep. That was grand. But then I got told I was going to be on German television with like an hour to go, because Max Kruse was still in the tournament and made the final table, and it was a big enough event. So I learned from that mistake. You just don't know what's around the corner at Kings or what I'll be asked to do. So I just like to stay ready so I don't have to get ready. Jacks for Dennis, just going to take this one down. Slatner raises to 650 with the ace-3 of hearts. Nice to just take down the blinds and antes uncontested. All these chips so important right now with what's at stake. Dennis with the 3-bet to 2 million with the ace-queen from the small blind. Not the biggest fan of Zlatner continuing here, not really, with Jack 10 off suit, even though he is in position. It's just not going to play that well in a 3-bet pot. Just wants to be letting that one go pre, but he does call King 8-7, all diamonds, and now faced with a very small bet from Dennis. Dennis betting 800k with the ace of diamonds in his hand. And Zlatner are going to be forced to continue here for this price, considering there's 5.3 million already in the pot and just 800k to see a turn card. Interesting that he goes for a raise. I'm not sure which is best. I think given the dynamic and what's at stake, we just call and see a turn, but shoving all in has its merits as well. And now Zlatner just lost about 4 million unnecessarily. Calling pre. And then compound mistake here. I don't think it's a bad idea to raise, by the way. I think it's okay, but could have avoided all this by just folding pre-flop. You see Dennis shoving over the top there as well, gang, because it's unlikely that Zlatner would just raise with a king in his hand. It's unlikely that Zlatner flopped a flush or something like that. So he's not really repping much with that raise unless it's a hand like 7s or 8s. And surely if he had a set, he would make it a bit bigger than 2.1 million. So I think that bet size telegraphing to his opponent that he could get the job done with a jam over the top. And if we are called by a big hand, you know, we have the ace of diamonds as a backup plan. Yes, we are indeed on a 30-minute delay. No spoilers, folks. Jamal says never. Well, it's very easy to just put the new information in the chat. Dennis in the cutoff. Nice pot there for Dennis, by the way. All the way up to 60 bigs now. Nice to see so many of you tuning in to watch this one. Loads of viewers, which has been the case all this year. This channel just keeps growing and growing. Much appreciated. Theo staying active as he should. Zlatner with a big hand here on the button. 2 black kings. Doesn't have to make it too big. Make it like 1.3 mil, something around that area. Goes for the 3x to 1.5. Theo just gets out of the way. Boom Shakalaka says, Zlatner been getting out of line so often I thought he might get called or 4-bet. I just don't think Theo has to come after that player. He can do what he wants there, but Theo just going to be raised folding happily enough. It's unwise for him to be getting in these huge spots. Wants a hand a bit better than a Jack 8 suited there, yeah. Shaxi says Theodore had been making decent decisions all day yesterday too and running like good God. To boot. Yeah, sorry. See that there now. Theo taking down another one. Yeah, I always talk about it on this channel. It's a wicked combination, a perfect storm when you're playing well and running well as well. So that's what you need to do to win these tournaments. Put yourself in a position to get lucky. Very hard man to beat. Really nice guy as well. Looks so happy to be there. I love to see it. A jovial gent. He won one of the Dutch Classics last year as well. Check him out in the Hendon Mob. Always gets a lot of support in the channel. Dennis on the button now. 63 bigs. Ace-10 suited. Ivan in the house says, hello, King Chat and Mods. How's everyone today? We're good. How are you? Good, lively, friendly stream today. Loads of people talking in the chats. What we want to see. What we want to hear. As Stoneberg says, and the Dutch super farmer. Sorry, Stoneberg, how could I forget? My apologies. Nut flush draw here now for Dennis. Not much in it for Doctor. Jaxie says he likes the way Theo is keeping his foot on the gas. Well, that's what he should do with that stack, but he doesn't need to get too involved. Just keep peppering them with the jab. Just keep jabbing at the blinds and antes. Doesn't need to get into these huge all-in confrontations or bloated 4-bet pots, whatever the case may be. A lot of ace-kings out there today, and here's two more under the gun against the button. This will just go all in and call, and in a way they would be both happy to see that they have the same hand and they're not going into a coin flip situation. Does go all in and call. This one going to go to Splitsville almost all of the time. Oh dear. Turn gives Dennis a free roll. No flush. Draw bricks out. That would have been nasty. Theo with the min with sevens under the gun. Doctor with ace queen here under the gun. Whoa, that's a pretty big jam. 17 bigs. They are playing five-handed, but it is risky business just to steal the blinds and antes. Does get the job done. I prefer the min raise there. But hey, there is the guts of a 14 grand difference between 5th and 4th place. It's just if we're called, we're going to be in a world of hurt the majority of the time. Does get the job done. Blinds had just gone up. 150, 300, 300 now. Put significant pressure on the shorter stacks. Real hand there for Theo. Florin is going to go for a min here with the King Jack offsuit. Zlatner with a large 3-bet from the big. Get Florin to fold. Don't mind Florence open with the blockers. It's just risky. He has to have some hands he'll raise fold with there. Just into 2 huge stacks. It's not going to be ideal. Left with 13 bigs now. You're raising to 700k, and Florin going to defend here with Queen 5 of diamonds. Getting a good price to see a flop. King Jack Deuce. Top pair for Tio. And he will bet and take it down. And it looks like they are going to go away and discuss something away from the table, of course. Looks like we're going on about a 5-minute break here, folks. So we'll be back in a few more minutes. Don't go anywhere. Big bubble in store. We'll be right back.
Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks in this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
What do you smoke?
No, these vapes.
Řekněte, ať slyšíše baru, přinese různý ty cigárka sem vybrat. Různý.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. Yo viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is. Let's see if Dwarf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get back my chips from Millia.
Indeed, that's what he's doing. Taking the risk, folks. Showing a lot of heart here.
Perfect gambler.
And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look, if Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good first sign.
I'm so much behind.
It's all in?
I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elkie taking a peek at the Cowboys.
I'm behind. I'm behind.
It kind of does matter.
I have a nice hand. I'm behind.
She could be doing it with Ace-King.
You all in, right?
But you're right. You're probably not the header much there.
Man, Leon, I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Okay,
I think
because it's hard to
Malik took her time a little bit more.
I
think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was very immediate in her action.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dwarf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh, wow.
But there's one of those aces, so maybe for once Dwarf not so happy it's being run twice.
5. Nice one, Leon.
Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first half over to Dwarf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded ace.
So no miracles so far for Dwarf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Not one jack.
Button for Austin.
5 of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here, I know it is.
Yeah.
Very hard for you to lose that twice, but I've folded an ace.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Nice.
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her kings there.
Very good fold.
And how Rob would act.
All right, class, we're back. I wonder what they were discussing there on the break. The farmer was talking about the best soil to use, I guess. Something around that area. Florin gets it through. Dennis wondering how much was the jam. I'm not sure what the exact calling range should be for Dennis, considering he's playing 50 bigs and it is only 10 bigs. But again, for what's at stake, he doesn't really need to risk it. But at the same time, the opportunity to eliminate a player, go four-handed, secure the ticket, all that jazz has to be taken into consideration. Queen 6 suited, not going to cut the mustard, but something a bit stronger there, like Queen 9 suited plus, seems like a good range to start with as a call. It could be a bit tighter than that. I mean, obviously, we've got a call with something like Jack 10 suited, Jack Queen suited, Queen 10 suited. So I think that should be the lightest. I'm not, just depends. Like, winning 10 bigs is nowhere near as good here as losing, or it's nowhere near to our advantage to lose 10 bigs here. We just want to conserve our stack. I'm mumbling here, folks. It hurts us more to lose our 10 bigs than to win the 10 bigs. So we're now playing 60, or we go back down to 40. Having said all that, if you've got a hand that's close enough, you could merit a call. But you definitely want to be tightening up your range overall. And Theo can rip hands like this into small, put maximum pressure on Doctor. This is a good adjustment by Theo. Like A7, going to be a good call, given a normal blind v blind shoving range, but in this exact spot, it's probably just not going to be good enough. Well, he decides to gamble. It's a big enough call off here, considering Florin has 10 bigs. This is a big moment for the tournament. Either Doctor's going to be back over 10 mil here. Theodore is going to knock out another player, and we will go four-handed. 10 on the flop, followed by a 9 and a 6. Theo, just 21% equity now after that flop. Turn is the deuce of clubs. River is the deuce of hearts. Doctor gambling with the A7. Sometimes you got to gamble to win. Does take it down. Big moment for him. Theo forced to pay the man, and a rare sight. Theo passing chips to a different player. Can't win them all. I don't know what the exact calling range should be there in the big blind. I just think ace-7, a little bit too weak. Maybe like ace-8, ace-9 suited plus. Florin won't like that. And Ballbag Bobby, what a name. Wow. Welcome. Says, what 10k tourney is it for? It's not just for any old 10k. It's for the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place at the King's Resort later on this year, usually in November. So it's a big difference between 5th and 4th, having played for several days. You don't want to come up short, just one elimination away. Theo raises to 700k with 4s, and Doctor on the button with ace-10 suited. With his newfound pink chips, is going to put them to work. Going to make it about 2.5 mil. Ballbag Bobby says, thanks, I'm Scottish. I couldn't have guessed. I lived in Glasgow for nearly 2 years. You hot dog. You donut. Could never master the Glaswegian accent though. What part of Glasgow are you from? Or what part of Scotland are you from? Is it Glasgow? Now, you see these hands, if there's a bit of a dynamic developed, you can start 4-bet ripping small pairs over the top, but it's not really Theo's style. We can see it would work on this occasion, and it would be an awesome shove, but it's very risky. If you are called, you lose about half your stack, and then suddenly you're the one playing 10 mil. Having gone from nearly approaching 30 million only a few hands beforehand. Does eventually let it go. Florin very much at the bottom of the leaderboard now with 12 bigs. Theo still very comfortable with 70. Dennis 52, doesn't have to do much. And Doctor 39 bigs and Zlatner 36. So a couple of the stacks really evening out in this 5-handed affair. Ballbag Bobby says no from Perth near Dundee. Jaxie says, any news on a deal? No, I don't know. You won't find that out, Jaxie. It's not going to be on Fox News, buddy. Open ender for Teo here. Florin with a light enough peel with 6-5 offsuit. Was getting a decent enough price. It's just going to be a bet and take it for Teo. Florin jamming from the button here at pocket eights. Teo, Queen Jack off suit in the big blind. This is a pretty good hand to call with. Prefer if we were suited and a lot of money at stake, but he's getting a decent price to eliminate a player for sub 10 bigs here. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. When he's got all those chips and it's only about 10% of his stack, ICM might want you to be a little bit tighter there. But that is a great hand to call it, I feel. Just going to have too much equity with a hand as good as Queen Jack there. Never going to be too far behind there with the Queen Jack facing a button shove for about 7.5 big blinds total. Plus we already have our big blind invested and our big blind ante. So a little bit of a mistake there from Teo in my opinion. Teo completing. Queen 7 of clubs. Doctor going to check his option with fours. Teo bets 700k. Theo with the double barrel gets the job done. Dennis steals the blinds and antes. Oh dearie me, we've got action. Dennis raises to 700k with the Jeffries, and I don't see a situation where this doesn't all go in the middle. Doctor with the ace king of diamonds. Dennis with perfect stack to just 4-bet rip. 27 bigs back for the Doctor. This is going to be a huge pot unless Dennis decides he just wants to call, which he's going to be out of position with a vulnerable pair. I think he just wants to be ripping. Stick it in and think of Ireland is what I would do here. Dennis looks like he's clicking it back. I mean, it's all the one. He's committed himself. This will look stronger, however. Just got a shove. And now it's only 5.5 million more for Dennis, and he absolutely hates his life here. Perhaps he felt like he could 4-bet fold. I think he should just rip, take that move away from his opponent. He's not going to induce much worse to shove on him. It does seem like it's much of a muchness. But look at the size of this pot. 21.15 mil in this one. Big moment for the players involved and indeed the tournament. It's a coin flip. Dennis in the lead with his pair. It is Doctor that is the one at risk. $9-9-3 is the flop. Dennis way in the lead now. Doctor needing an ace or a king. It is a king on the turn. Wow. What a dagger to Dennis's heart there. He's not the at-risk player, but that will cripple him. Not cripple him, he's still playing over 20 bigs, but it'll hurt his soul. What an opportunity that was to eliminate Doctor. Doctor with 2 double ups now, and he's now playing a very healthy stack of 70 bigs. What a difference a hand makes here, folks. Nothing Dennis can do. Bit of a setup. 5-handed. Now, let's see. And only a few hands since Tio's overwhelming chip leader is now evened out with the top 2. And Zlatner with 33, Dennis with 21, and Florin, the only player under 10 bigs. Florin with the ace-king. Going to be shoving this one from the small. Dennis. King-7 of hearts. Normally this will be a call, but it does represent a significant portion of Dennis's remaining stack. But he does call. Gets the bad news. Florin a golden opportunity to double up here to nearly 20 bigs, and for Dennis, a couple of blows to him, it will put him down as the shortest stack with 11 bigs with 3.3 mil. Ace-9 deuce is the flop, and that just seals the deal. Not a fun few hands there for Dennis. Nothing he can do. Perhaps he could fold there, blind v blind. I don't want to be too harsh. It's a good hand to call with. And Florin is going to be jamming relatively wide considering he's the shortest stack. Blind v blind now. Fives for the doctor. Completes. Zlatner checks. Jack 10-7 is the flop. On this board, Doctor just giving up 4 overcards out there. Jack 7, 10, 9. River is the 6 of diamonds. Zlatner with the best hand now. MC says, great solo commentary. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. You're more than welcome. Dennis shoving 10 bigs with 10-9 of hearts. This one going to be good enough to go in the middle, steal the blinds and antes. Doctor takes it down with the ace-6 offsuit from the cutoff. Jack 4 deuce is the flop. Doctor with the 10 of diamonds. T.O. just king 6 of clubs here. He's going to go check, check. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Good card for the doctor. It's the flush. Is Theo going to take a stab at it here for 700k? Now there's a flush on the board. Ace of diamonds hits the river. Theo goes for a bet here to try to get his opponent to fold a chop, perhaps. Don't know if Doctor wants to try raise for value. Probably just calls. He's going to go for big enough raise. Nice play by the Doctor. Takes it down. We've got action. Zlatner. Pocket tens. Ace king for Florin in the cutoff. We'll go for the rejam. We're going to have a coin flip situation on our hands here. Well, this will hurt Zlatner. He only has 10 million behind and it's 4.2 mil to call, but his hand is just going to be too strong here. Although it's more than I originally thought. It's 16 bigs. Zlatner does make the call. Another big pot on our hands here, folks. Over 10 million in this one. King 9-5 is the flop. So far, so good for Florin. This will put Zlatner back down to 20 bigs. A lot of swings happening at this FT 5-handed. Turn is the 3 of spades. River is the 3 of hearts, so Florin will get a healthy double up. And Zlatner now playing just under 6 mil. Big moment there for Florin, considering he was looking at a very short stack of about 8 bigs. He's now rebounded very nicely up to 35 big blinds. Action-packed turn card there, giving Zlatner top pair, giving Florin the nut flush draw. I think Zlatner just wants to shove for pot here on the river with the top pair. Gets the job done. Nice pickup for him. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 200k. Big blind is 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 244. TO back to 20 mil. A lot of action in this five-handed battle. It's been going on for a while. Hope you're enjoying the show at home, folks, wherever you're tuning in from. There's been a lot of interest and dynamics, a lot of spots to be talked about. Tyler says, go TO. I think he seems to be the fan favourite. He was having it all his own way, but sooner or later something had to give and lost a couple of pots still with a healthy, chunky stack of 50 bigs. And Laters says, shout out to the Netherlands. Well, you got your shout out, Laters. I will say, the Dutchies seem to be some of the best supporters in the world. Up there with the Irish. I don't know how to compare them, but it always seems when we have a Dutch Classics on is when we get the most support in the chat. Although, I say that now, but the Italian poker sport, there was so many Italianos at that FT in the chat. We do have an all-in and a call. Queen Deuce against the Jack 7. Dennis needing help here. Turn is the 7. River is the 4 of hearts. And that's GG for Dennis. Just like that. I was just saying, this has been going on a while. Really feel for Dennis there. He had the guts of 20 million there at one stage, at least 16 anyway. A couple of hands really didn't go his way. And finds himself leaving in 5th place. Still a nice score for him nonetheless. Obviously he wanted that ticket, but it just wasn't meant to be. Later says, we like your commentary. Getting loads of praise in the chat today, folks. You must want me to hang around. Thank you for your comment. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. Got Starlord says GG. He does take home nice chunk of change for his efforts. €11,250. Not bad for a Monday. Four-handed now, folks. All players remaining can breathe a sigh of relief, but there is still a lot of money and a title to play for here. So although you've secured a 10k ticket, got to keep your head in the game. Championship rounds. Although ranges can get a little bit looser, but the jumps are still massive from 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd, and 2nd to 1st. They are still relatively deep as well. This could go on for a while. Theo betting 1.5 million here with the best of it on the turn. Well, sorry, he actually didn't have the best of it. He does now with trip nines. And Florin might pay him off here. A lot of draws miss. And pays him off immediately. Hates that run out. Florin shakes his head, nothing he can do. Theo wins another pot. Theo liked that one. He's now playing 24.4 mil. Stoneberg says, keep the momentum, Super Farmer. Florin with the min from the cutoff. Ace Jack suited. Doctor in the big. Ace 4 offsuit. Decides to shove on Florin. Florin going to snap him off. We've got another big pot in their hands, 14.2 mil. Florin 3-1 favourite to double up off the Doctor. Doctor would still be left with 42 bigs. Good opportunity here for Florin to double up. I will say this as well, a lot of the players left evenly matched. They've all brought different attributes to the table. All will be worthy champions. King 6-3 is the flop. Turn is the 8 of spades. River is the 10 of spades, and Florin with a healthy double up to 35 bigs. Don't mind that shove from Doctor because Florin had been relatively aggressive in late position. Could have opted to just see a flop. I'm fine with both options really, especially when we've all the chips. All players remaining now guaranteed a minimum of €14,450. Florin going to open the 10-9 offsuit. A little bit loose here by Florin, considering the stacks behind him, but he can afford to be opening a bit wider. If he's opening hands like this, then that makes that ace-4 shove from the big blind more profitable than just calling in the big. Zlatner is going to call with 5-3 of hearts in the big blind. King 7-6 hits the flop. Straight draw, backdoor heart draw for Zlatner. Florin with a good shot, straight draw on the betting initiative. Just a bet round. Goes for 500k. Zlatner might want to see a turn card for that sizing. Does call. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Zlatner now with a pair. I think this is a spot where Florin just wants to keep pounding pressure on the big blind. I would bet an amount that sets up a perceived river jam here. So our opponent knows that if he calls a turn, most likely going to be faced with an all-in bet on the river. So yeah, go with a chunky-ish sizing. Even 2.5 seems a little bit too big to me. I would have gone for something around 1.8. And then it just sets up a nicer sizing to shove on the river if we do get called. But doesn't really matter. Gets the job done. Florin now playing 16 mil. And it's Zlatner playing 15 big blinds. Theo goes for the min here. Queen 6 suited. Zlatner decides to just call with the deuces from the small. I feel like this would play better as a rejam. Theo going for a C-bet here of 1.2 mil. He's going to take this one down. I think Zlatner just wants to be rejamming a pair against Theo. Deuce is going to play better as a rip. Red Luigi says, what are the odds of two people getting pocket pairs when playing nine-handed? Google is your friend. Ask Google. Clutchy Boy said, had a blast playing. Thanks for everyone and watched and supported. Which player were you at the FT, Clutchy Boy, or was it at the FT? And well done on your result. If it was, you were someone at the final table. Oh, it's Roy. Yeah, well done, Roy. You got a pay jump or two. You stayed patient there. An extra bust out or two earned you some extra dollars. Stoneberg with the facts. You can prove anything with facts. The probability of any one player getting a pocket pair in a 9-handed game of Texas Hold'em is approximately 5.88%. Yeah, I knew it was something around... I thought it was 1 in 221 hands, but I think that's the probability of getting dealt aces or any other pair, if I remember correctly. It's a long time since I've done that kind of maths or read a book about that sort of a thing. We've got robots now to do all that kind of stuff for us. Florin is going to min on the button with Queen 10 off suit. Thanks for that, Stoneberg, doing the odds. ChatGPT, everyone's friend these days. Templar says, hello everyone, is there a command for the payouts? Have fun. Never mind, it's pinned in the comments. Yeah. Welcome. Guts of 15 grand. Minimum payout now with 4 players remaining, and they've all guaranteed that 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. So a nice payout for all remaining, chasing the first prize of over €45,000 and the title of the EPSC Main Event champion. Florin with A4 suited. Doctor with the sixes. King, queen, deuce is the flop. The Doctor checks, and Florin might take this one down with a C-bet. Doctor facing 2 overcards on this flop, and a bet of over $1 million. Just going to be forced to let it go. Doctor just lets it go. Theo at the min. Florin with the defend. Six, 7, 3 is the flop. Florin might try to rep some of this now, considering he has a more perceived defending range. Would smack this board more so than the opener's range. So he can just take this one down. Range advantage on the 3, 6, 7, 4. So 60 playing 47, playing 40, playing 10. Zlatner now by far the shortest stack by some margin. No player will want to bust before Zlatner. So bear that in mind. Doctor opens. Zlatner with 10 bigs here. Ace-3 offsuit. He might be tempted to shove this one. I just don't think it's going to be good enough. Limited amount of fold equity as well with 10 bigs. Gets rid of it. Faint asked how many entries. There was 1,268. Florin goes for a 3-bet. Theo gets out of the way. Action back on the Doctor. Now, Doctor could continue here, although he'd prefer if he was suited. Could be a really good spot to just 4-bet. But with a 10 big blind stack, probably doesn't want to risk it. Just depends what he makes of Florin's 3-betting range from the small blind. And the pressure gets it through. We've got action, folks. Florin with a monster ace-king facing an open and a shove from Zlatner. Just wants to be rejamming this one. Does stick it in. Flop is 9, 6, 7. And Zlatner could be out in 4th place if he doesn't get lucky. Turn is another 7. Down to 1 card for Zlatner. River is the queen. Sit back down, Zlatner. Doubles up to 22 bigs. Florin takes a hit. So another double up. Puts them back to nearly 25 bigs. Trips for Florin here on the turn. Tio with a piece of it. Just a 7. Might get a bet out of Tio with this bet of 1.1 mil. Tio gonna call the 1.1 mil. River is the ace of hearts. Florin gonna try to get some more value for his trips. Goes for a large-ish bet, but Tio won't be able to continue unless he really thinks Florin is up to no good here. Loses to a queen, a 9 and an ace. Tio will let it go. Zlatner betting 1.2 million. Hitting a flush here on the turn. Does get Florin to bet. Bets 2 mil here. Zlatner decides to shove it all in. Don't know if he's just better off calling there. Takes it down nonetheless. Theo min raises with 6s here now on the button. And ZY says a 4th heart on the river would have been devastating. Yeah, I suppose he just wanted to protect his hand and take it down. Four, 3 deuce is the flop here. Over pair for Theo. Zlatner is going to bet 2.4 mil. Theo is going to call. This pot's bloating now, 7 million as we hit the turn. Theo going to bet 3.5 million now on the turn. Nice pick up there for Theo. Theo min raising with 6-7 of diamonds and Doctor on the button here with Queen 10 of hearts. Action back on Theo. I think he just has to let this one go. Out of position. Around to the small blind for floor. McQueen Deuce gives a walk. And I believe we are going to go on a 15-minute break. A lot of action happening there in that session. Lots more to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310k. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo man folding the 6-5 suited nectars. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
6k.
Off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus.
Ooh, well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen. He's going to look at the stack, do the maths, and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100k. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace Queen on the button.
Yeah,
and it's going to be priced in when Saka 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online you can see exact stacks. But, yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saska.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever any intention of getting the ball, but just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players in a great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it? With the big slick getting it all in versus Ace Queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And King on the flop, which means it's end of story. Bar runner for a straight, it's all over.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure I heard Armid going, I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too, yeah. Oh, there's a small chance.
Wow,
yeah.
incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saska, and that's just not right. That is just not right, I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Thank you so much.
That is so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
Yeah.
Saska's,
I mean, he's right. He's right.
Not a
It's
brutal
standard, but
I mean, Saska's seen this before, there's no doubt he's very experienced. And, I mean, stood very accomplished stud player, so he's seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to the money.
yeah.
It's just the way it happened there.
And he's played. Yeah, it's great to see all the guarantees being hit.
Yeah, and I mean, there was pretty decent guarantees there, even the mixed games, which don't tend to attract big numbers. All of these guarantees getting met, which is great. So we're looking at two big stacks. Cecil with the real hand here in the button, but Nitro going to 3-bet with the King 9 just to try and establish his presence here. He's just arrived, and the Dutchman and the big blind were all just gets rid of his cards and lets the two big boys fight it out. Some kind of setup, but Eric Nitro 3-betting. I mean, he's going to get so many hands to fold, but Ace King is never folding here.
No.
And we could see a 4-bet. It is a 4-bet there.
Yeah, it is a 4-bet.
Sizing is quite small.
It did quite flamboyantly as well. Now, Eric really should just be folding unless he wants to get very adventurous and 5-bet.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe 5-bet is a consideration. What kind of sizing would be going? I mean, it's going to be.
You go absolutely tiny. Like, you basically, if you go tiny and represent aces or kings, you'll get quite a lot of folds. The problem is it's just so much of a stack. I think the prudent thing here is just to wear the white flag.
Well, that's just sick. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff.
That is
I
incredible.
mean, what a statement. Eric Nitro, this is just... I mean, what a statement from the Italian
incredible.
who's just sat down. He's putting all his chips in with King 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
I'm Cecil. I mean, I'm not strong enough to make this call if I'm Cecil. I'm just going, okay, you got me. I'm not willing.
It might work though. Cecil really doesn't like this. He basically been asked to put almost all his bet in.
It's not too dissimilar to the hand we've seen between the Dutch player Raul and Matteo earlier. And it's the second time we've seen Ace King fold a pre.
Wow, that is...
Well, I mean, this is just a license to kill now, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Clement is thinking about this, like his hand is good enough to shove here if there was no ICM. Instead he's gone for the raise, which allows him to raise fold just near the bubble. Yeah, I quite like this play because most of the hands that will shove over his raise he's going to be in bad shape against. And if just the big blind calls, he has a very nice hand, which plays well.
Albert makes the call. Angelo gets out of the way. Christian folds the King 4 off, and now action with Lord Mulligan. He's going to be putting the 10-3 in the junk. Interesting small blind. Ace 8. Snap folds, and now Filippo. 8 deuce.
This dude's suited, like it's a pretty looking hand, but we're very near the bubble, and just near the bubble you're not going to want to get into when we're already in the money. You'd be more likely to fall there. And Clement's going to feel great about this now. He's going to be happy to go with this. He has less than 2 times stack left behind. He's hit top pair. He's probably going to just bet and call if there's a raise, and probably shove the turn if it's a call. I don't know, place. He's just called. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Albert's going to go with this.
Yeah, now Albert has a flush draw, not flush draw, and a gut shot as well. Clement has 2 pairs, so the fact he's hit 2 pair doesn't change all that much. I guess he's pulled ahead of ace. Well, no, he was already ahead of ace queen, so yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy, sick. But Albert here, I mean, the raise on the flop, I just didn't expect the raise.
Yeah. Albert tends to cover, so I think Clement is actually debating whether this is even a call now. He does make a call though. He had clock called on them there as well. They're so close to the money that it's possible Clement is stalling a little bit, trying to maximize the chance of getting into the money. He has just been getting a lot of garbage. I mean, we did see him open Jack 10 in a relatively early position not too long ago, so I think it's mostly just a case of he's been getting absolute garbage. and I think this.
Well,
probably
this
do it
is
again
the end
for
of the
Filippo.
line, I think, for Filippo.
Yeah. He's going to need to hit a 10.
And Mark with the jacks has him absolutely crushed. Ace Queen, Jack up. I'm putting this in if I'm Jack up. I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't care.
I have to think about how many hands am I dominated by compared to how many do I dominate, and you can imagine that.
Oh boy! Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Okay.
Just like that.
What a time
Well,
to
the
find
jacks are
any-
going to fold now. Mark's going to fold the jacks. And Filippo is just hating life at the moment.
Absolute
He knows.
carnage.
I mean, it's crazy stuff, really.
Mark,
Jordan
what is happening here?
Well, actually, Jordan is the biggest shove, 219. So it's
Yeah.
189 back. It's 15 bigs, right?
So, yeah, they're all on
Mark can
the
afford.
line.
Mark can afford this. He's going to try and convince himself he's up against Ace King, Ace King, Ace Queen.
Yeah, always a dream.
I mean, Filippo is just hating life at the moment. He just knows he's absolutely dead.
My plans are not good here.
You said fold, and can I fold
He did
face
fold,
up?
yeah,
You
very
said,
good
of
fold,
course
yeah.
you can.
And the fold, yeah. Ace Queen is in surprisingly good shape here. Probably thought he was close or something.
5 of spades, 3 of hearts, and 7 of clubs. And Filippo is just like going, yeah, this is so typical. Everybody picking up a hand at the table, pretty much everyone. 8 of clubs, not significant at all.
Yeah, the kings are in great
So,
shape now.
kings for Jordan, what is scenario for him? 3 on the river, nothing too funky happening. Best hand holds. He has both the short stacks covered.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Who's still with me? Nice four-handed battle we have here. No player above 50 bigs and no player below 20. Small blind is now $0.25 mil. Big blind is now $0.5 mil with $0.5 mil running big blind ante. That's 250, 500, 500. Nice to see so many viewers still hanging around. We've got action. Florin, ace queen of hearts, min raising, and Theo with the Jeffries on the button is going to 3-bet to about 3 mil. This is a really nice hand for Florin to 4-bet rip. He might want to just see a flop, but sub 30 bigs, out of position against a player like Theo, who is capable of 3-betting light, especially on the button. Might just want to 4-bet rip this one. Florin does rip, and Theo going to have too strong of a hand to not call it off here, four-handed with the jacks. He doesn't love it. It is for a lot of his remaining chips. But once we 3-bet, and it's sub 30 bigs total, I think we just have to call. I don't think he was 3-betting here with the intention of folding. And he wants an exact count. I don't see Theo folding here. He just probably thinks he's going to be flipping. Wow. Looks like he doesn't want to call 3/4 of his stack. Oh. That's a big fold by Theo. He is going to be up against hands like 8s, 9s, and 10s there. Depending on how wide Florin decides to 4-bet rip. If Theo is going to fold to a 4-bet rip there, he should just call on the button, even though it seems very weak with jacks. I think it's just a spot with jacks. Once we've 3-bet, our hand is just going to be too strong to not call it off. But didn't want to flip, and he was flipping. NW says only flip or dominated so he can deal with it. Yeah, same kind of thought process from myself. I just not in the habit of 3-betting to fold there with a hand as strong as jacks. And W says, but the other side is ace queen suited knows that the big stack can 3-bet wide range with position. Okay, like the bottom line here is if our opponent finds out that we are capable of 3-bet folding with jacks, then we can start widening our 4-betting range to jam considerably. And he should have some hands like ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, and ace-3 suited in there, but Tio is not really the kind of player you're just going to be 4-bet ripping that light. Yes, he's very competent, but he's also very careful and calculated. He hasn't been too out of line, Tio. I'm not saying that he's playing his hands face up by any stretch of the imagination, but he hasn't been too crazy with his 3-betting range as bluffs, so therefore our opponent's not going to be 4-bet ripping too light over the top. Doctor with trip 4s here. Yes, NW saying push ace-5 suited only in GTO. I don't think any players in low mid stakes live major MTT will play or 4-bet jam ace-5 suited. Look, if you really break it down, he's just going to be flipping the majority of the time, and sometimes he's going to be dominating 8s, 9s, and 10s. If he feels like he doesn't need to take that flip four-handed, then so be it. He's very good at navigating his way through these fields. So if he doesn't want to risk it there and wants to edge pass, they can get behind it. Bet a 500k in a call. No, that's a raise to 1.6 mil. It looked like. And unless the graphics are wrong there, Form would just surely. No, it just must have been a call. Quadzilla for Doctor on the turn. Doctor going to bet 2.8 million, and that'll be the end of that. Foreign will concede. So Feint says, which spot are we waiting for then? I have no idea. Yeah, I think it's just a golden opportunity to take your flip. He's against three tricky enough opponents, and when you do win your flip there, really propels you to take down this title. Don't like the bet there from the quads, by the way. Just check on the turn, like Bird just said. Slatner betting 2 million here with the nappy hand, 3 deuce off suit. Teo calls on the double paired board. Hits top pair on the river. This pot now bloated. And Zlatner going to bet 2 mil, and this is just going to get picked off by Teo. Getting way too good of a price here. 8.75 in this pot, just 2 million to call. Teo's call, and Zlatner not going to be happy with that one, losing a chunk of chips. Slatner with the rejam here for 10 bigs with King Jack off suit and a small blind. Teo might call this one. Does call this one. See, he's raised calling for 5 mil here. I know it was 10 mil more with the jacks, but blinds are going to go up, not down. Granted, it was for 3/4 of his chips. Nonetheless, another big pot here, 10 mil, and it is Zlatner at risk in a coin flip situation. Six-five deuce is the flop. Good start for Teo. Turn is a jack of clubs. Really nice turn card for Zlatner. River is the 4, but it is the 4 of clubs giving Zlatner the flush. A lot of double ups happening at this FT. Zlatner over 10 mil now. Teo thought he'd won, I think. Shakes his head, smiling. Nothing he can do. Faint wanted to know about why he was calling on the double pair board. Well, he's got king high. Rates to be the best hand a decent portion of the time and wants to see a river. Zlatner with a pair here on the button. 21 bigs. Raises chunky. 1.5 mil. That's going to price out Teo. Zlatner will take down the blinds and antes. light enough open here from Florin with the Jack 5 of diamonds. Theo's going to call on the button with 9-6 suited. Boys are starting to loosen up. And Doctor with a very nice hand, the small blind here, King Queen off suit. Does he want a 3-bet? Could just rip the whole lot in. That might seem like overkill to people in the chat, but he's going to take it down so often that it would be very profitable. Given the dynamic though, most likely see him 3-bet to about 4 mil. No, just to shove like this play from Doctor. Takes that move away from everyone. Continuing. A lot of out there for the taking. That's just a race jab there. Offended. King want to be very. So Theo and Doctor tied, almost dead even at the top. 10 big blinds behind. And Zlatner with 22. There's not that much in it between the four of them. One double up is all it takes, as you've seen many times at this FT. Theo Minin on the button with 7-5 suited, and Zlatner going to call 3 off. Theo takes it down on the ace-king-9 flop. In raise from the ladies. Florin going to lose some chips here. He's got top pair. 9-6-3. Doctor just wants to bet about a mil. Goes for 1.2. Gets a call from Florin. We'll see a turn. Turn is the 6. Pairing the board. Won't love that 6 here on the turn. Does decide to check it back. River is the 4 of hearts. Completing the flush, completing some straights. Florin's just going to go for a blockerish type sizing forward / value bet. 1.8 mil. Doctor is just going to pick this off. Getting good odds. Don't think he's going to raise for value. Folding is pretty much out of the question. Doctor does just call, giving it consideration on whether he wanted to raise or not. Christie says hi. Hello, Christie's. Air says Dr. Blackjack for the win. He's definitely playing pretty well at this final table. Christy says next week I'm playing Kings. Best of luck. Nice flop for the Doctor. Two pair now for the Doctor. Gets the bet out of Zlatner. 2 mil. I like that check from the Doctor. I think it's the best thing to do anyway. You've got the flush draw as well. Just makes sense. It's a card that Zlatner is going to attack. Just call now from the Doctor. Don't really want to see him raise. Don't like a raise here, Doctor. Just call, buddy. Decides he's going to try get additional value. I just think against this exact player who we've seen show propensity to bluff in a couple of spots. I don't really want to raise, especially this 4.7 mil. Does take it down. You might see Florin rejam this one with ace-9 offsuit from the big. Facing the open from Theodore with queen-10 of spades. Does eventually rejam. Theo lets it go. Theo with the King Jack and Doctor before 3. Flops best. Turn is the 8 of hearts. 10, 6, 4, 8. Theo gets the job done. Betting on the turn. Slatner going all in. King 7 off suit and just enough fold equity, I reckon, here for Zlatner. Theo just with 9-8 off suit. Slatner giving a walk. Theo bets a mil here on the 7-3 deuce. Rainbow flop with ace king. Florin with a very wide defend here with just jack 4 suited. Don't like this from Florin. It's just going to be out of position and just a 4 kicker even if he is suited. Wow. Goes for a check raise to 4 mil. Gives up on that 3 of diamonds turn, and wow, what a river card here for Theo. Sick. Although he did have the best hand the whole way. It was a bad turn for Florin to continue, and now Theo just going to take this one down with a bet. Big pot there for Theo, puts him back up close to 25 mil, 24.25. 48 big blinds, and Florin now going to be short. I gotta admire his balls there for trying, but just a bad run out for him to continue telling a story there on that board. Still don't like the call pre. Whoa, here we go. Florin shoves all in from the button and snap him off for time to pick up. On this pot now, 14.4 mil. Florin with the ace-8 and the doctor with the kings. Florin could be out the door here in 4th place. Still has 35% equity. Six, 4 deuce is the flop. Turn is a 7. River is the queen of clubs, and we are going to lose Florin in 4th place. Good game, sir. Well played. Unlucky in the end. Takes home a nice chunk of change for his efforts. That means we are going to go 3-handed. The doctor now playing 32 million. Elevated Steam says, just stop for work for hope audience are doing well today and tonight. GG's. Nice one, Elevated Steam. Nice one for dropping by to say hi. Nice pick up there with the rejam from Zlatner, and that was close enough for Teo. Would have liked to see him think about that for a little bit longer before folding. These spots are quite close. Maybe the king nine wasn't enough. Blinds have just gone up. 300, 600, 600. Look at this. Teo raising to 2 mil. Doctor with the aces. Just had the kings a couple of hands ago. Three bets to 6 mil. Teo forced to fold, and Doctor is going to show. Don't normally like a show when you've got a monster pair, but Doctor just absolutely goes for it here with the Jack 10 off suit. Huge jam. Gets the job done. Playing close to 40 billion now. Doctor with the min, Theo with the call. Both players with the toppest of pairs. Theo check raising to 5 mil, and Doctor just deciding what way he wants to proceed here. Don't think he's going to be folding. Top pair, good shot, straight draw. He might just move all in. Three of hearts hits the turn, and now Theo probably just going to move all in. Does move all in, and this is not the greatest of spots here for Doctor. A heart completing the flush, and a lot of hands that do beat Theo. He does block the straight with the 10 in his hand. No hearts either. He hates this spot, but he does decide to let it go. I don't blame him for folding there. I think overall that's a pretty good fold, because it's easy for us to say when we can see the cards. But if you break it down, Doctor's just not beating much there. So he does make disciplined laydown. Bit of a decision here for the doctor. I think ace-5 suit is going to be good enough to call, but might decide to edge pass. Doctor taking that one down. A lot of raising takes it. The doctor with a flush here on the turn. About 3 mil. $11 million in this pot, and now Doctor is going to bet a sizable chunk of change. 8 mil is the bet. Doctor taking down another one. All momentum shifting in the Doctor's direction, and he's been very impressive, I have to say. Some of his bet sizes, some of his jams. Doctor's going to shove on Zlataner, and we've got an all-in in the call. King 3 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 10 of clubs. River is the 10 of diamonds. We've got another double up. Zlataner now playing 20 bigs once more. Doctor takes a small hit, but he's still playing 32 million. And the battle rages on. All players guaranteed a minimum of €19,250 at the moment. Second place will get 27.5, so the guts of 10 grand. 7.5, €8,000 is the difference between third and second. A lot of money at stake here. Zlatner going to raise fold with the 8-7 offsuit. Doctor been raised on the button with Jack Deuce, and Tio is going to call with King Queen. Flop is Queen Jack 10. Tio with the top pair. Takes that one down on the turn. Zlatner raising very large here on the button with the ace jack. Tio with the ace 7, been raising. Now for Zlatner, with about 26 bigs here, three-handed, I'd rather just rip. Decides to just call. Out flops the 8s of Zlatner. Bets 1.5 mil, and now Zlatner decides to flick it in like he's had enough. Turn is the king of hearts. Theo going for a second barrel. Theo back to 20 mil. $48 bigs playing 34, playing 23. Theo and Zlatner fighting it out. Doctor about 15 bigs ahead of Theo. Lots of swings and roundabouts at this FT, so anything could happen. It's been a hell of a ride. Exhilarating action all day here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I hope you're enjoying the show. BVH says, looks like Theo knows exactly where he is. Well, he's been here before, hasn't he? BVH says, what's he doing there? He's farming. Farmer amidst kings, says Stoneberg. Doctor takes that one down on the turn with the 9-10 off suit. Teo with the min. And the doctor with ace-10 suited. What way does he want to proceed with this one? We have seen him just being shoving for 30 bigs over opens. So maybe he'll do that again with this ace-10 suited. Doesn't really want a 3-bet call. But maybe he thinks it's good enough to just 3-bet for value. I think I prefer this than just jamming, because you're never going to get exploited by a 4-bet rip that's light from Teo. And you might get some value from weaker hands. Teo's very disciplined with his laydowns. Against a different opponent, Doctor might just elect to shove there from the small, but against someone like Teo, he's just going to try to get external value by 3-betting. Bird says he doesn't know if he's really a doctor. Well, I can start calling him Blackjack. It's just easier to call him Doctor. Sultana with ace-6 offsuit here, facing the button open. Decides to just call. I'm not the biggest fan of doing that with the offsuited combo here in the small blind. Teo decides to just straight up rip with the ace-king. And the action will be back on Zlatner. Can't call it off here with just ace-6 offsuit, surely. He is considering this, like he should just reship pre himself if he's going to call it off after getting jammed on. The ace-6 offsuit, just one of the worst combos of ace-x you want to be calling off with or playing with in general. Fine to just rejam there over a button open, but calling is a small and now considering to call off. I would have expected him to fold by now. So he obviously isn't just posturing for no reason. Like, he hardly, well, say I don't think he's going to be thinking he's ahead of Teo's jamming range there too often. Looked like he just really wanted to gamble. I'm very surprised to see that. Glass of wine in hand. Maybe he just had enough. But what a moment this is now for Theo. 25 million chip pot. Zlatner 27% equity with ace-6 off suit. Ace-9-9. And that's an amazing flop for Theo. Zlatner 1 foot out the door in third place here, unless he gets ridiculously lucky. River is the deuce of hearts. Theo emphatically punches the air. Zlatner will say goodbye in third place. GG, sir. Nice payout all the same. That means we are going to go on a short break here, folks, and get this heads-up battle sorted out for you. For all the viewers still tuning in. Looking forward to this one. We put a ribbon on this thing and crown one of these remaining players as your main event EPSC champion. We'll be right back. Queens for Hostetler. Action 10s for Wojciech. Just with the call. King, Jack of clubs for Mohammed. In the small blind. Really reluctantly moving his last 46k across the line from the small here.
46,000.
The action back to Hostetler. Is he just going to move all in over the top? Most likely he could just flat. Goes for the flat. And now Wojciech with the decision. But with a stack of his size, we'll most likely just see him call in position. It's 31k into 119. Unless he thinks Hostetler is just calling for the weakish range, he might just move over the top. Decides to move all in. Hostetler has set quite the trap here. It is all in for him to call. And as it stands, as long as Hostetler doesn't fold here, I'm well impressed by the way he's played his queens. Wojciech perhaps could have just
calls is 31k, but there's so much money to take down pre-flop. If he thinks Hostetler is playing loosey-goosey, which he is, it's a great opportunity for him to take down nearly 100k. So much chitter-chatter happening here at the table. Holy moly, is Hostetler thinking he might not want to call it off here because it's 50 big blinds? I don't really understand. He folds. I'm absolutely shocked and bewildered with the fold there. Wojciech getting away really, really lightly, and that's all part of running good. Also, things happen when you're running good that don't happen when you're running bad. I know that seems so obvious, but look what just happened here. Wojciech most likely would have been losing half of his stack, 350k of it. And as it stands, it looks like he is going to get about 80k richer. The turn coming to 10 of diamonds.
Nice fold.
Wow.
Nice fold. Nice.
Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Now, Hostetler thinking he is the biggest genius at the Kings Resort. He had a feeling some sort of magic at play here. Hostetler folding the queens, saving his tournament. Captain Hindsight out in full swing. He would have lost to his set on the turn. And now he is essentially free rolling. Alrighty, class. Who's still with me in the chat? What a day it's been. Nearly 9 hours already. Theo with the jacks, first hand of heads up, and they're basically even Stevens, both highly worthy champions. Theo having it all his own way yesterday and a lot of today, it seemed. Don't know what he ate for breakfast, but he added about 7 or 8 million to his stack in rapid fashion, and then joined us at the feature table where most hands went his way for a large portion of today's play. But he's had a few hits, he's rebounded back. Doctor has played really good, solid, aggressive poker. So this is going to be a fun heads up battle. I see Real Rusty is in the house. What's up, Real Rusty? What a fun day it's been. Doctor going to bet 8 million here on the river. And Theo, he's not one for calling down light, but if he feels like Doctor could have a lot of bluffs here, he might just have to call this one off with such a strong hand heads up. One thing that I find quite impressive about Theo is he's very good at remaining composed and feels sometimes like he's being ran over a little bit, but he doesn't let it affect him. He doesn't just start calling lighter, playing more hands, whatever the case may be. He just plays his game. Theo does call that off, and I really don't blame him. Now, if I was to critique it, he does block the straight draws you would want your opponent to have, so perhaps it is just a fold. I think he's a bit married to his hand there, but at the same time, we are heads up, and it's really hard to make a hand heads up. So he probably just made up his mind that he was going to call. But if you break it down, perhaps it's just a hand you want to fold, give your opponent credit. But Doctor has been bluffing him and taking the majority of pots away from Theo. So Theo gonna take a stand with his jacks. Doctor running pretty well in these situations, flopping a lot of hands today. And now he's playing 42 million in chips to Theodore's 17. That's a good start for the Doctor. Doctor calls the 2 million. 7.6 now in the pot. Theo, the best of it here. Doctor going to call the 3 million. Theo will get some chips back. A lot of new viewers today. A lot of new names in the chat on the Poker Room Kings. Great to see it. And next weekend we've got the France Poker Festival. That's going to be a good one. Always highly entertaining. Fast-paced action in that one. King Jack 9 is the flop. Theo flopping a flush. Doctor just going to fold. I don't really like Theo raising there. I think we just want to be calling. So hard to make a hand heads up. So hard to flop a flush at any stage of a tournament. Just want to call and let your opponent blast off. The turtle says greedy raise. Yeah, I mean, greedy is one word, all right, but if he feels like his opponent is going to continue, he's just trying to get additional value here and now. It's just so hard for your opponent to continue if he doesn't have anything, and when he's in position, he is likely to fire on turn and river as a bluff, so let him do the dirty work for you there. Six deuce deuce is the flop. Flush draw for Tio. Doctor going to continue with just Jack 5. Tio raising. Doctor folding. Tio going to continue with the Jack Deuce. Turns the best hand. Tio with pocket eights here on the button. $2 million to go. Doctor gets out of the way with the Queen 4. Tio going to bump it up with the King Jack. Just 10-5 off suit for the Doctor. Tio taking the chip lead now by about 15 bigs. Dr. betting 1.2 here on the turn. River is the deuce of spades. Tio with the full house. You're going to bet 3.5 mil, and Doctor will just let it go. Of course, with just 7-5 of diamonds. All momentum going in Tio's direction so far in this heads-up battle. 50 bigs now, playing 28. Dush wants to know how many's left. There's 2 players remaining. They're playing heads up for the title and €45,000. Tio going to complete on the button with 7-4. Doctor checks with 10-8 off suit. Flop is 9-8-4. Piece for both players. 1.5 mil is the bet from Tio. Turn is a 6. Tio with an open ender now. Checks his option. River is the 4 diamonds. $4 million is the bet from the Doctor. Now trips for Tio. Just deciding on how much to raise, I'd imagine. Doctor just with 17 million back. Probably just wants to shove. Does move all in. Tio's not likely to be bluffing in these kind of spots. He just doesn't really have that in him. So Doctor really just has a bluff catcher. Yes, he blocks Tio from having a straight, but it is a paired board. Doctor just needs to let this one go. Tio's not just going to jam as a bluff here out of nowhere. No. Doctor decides to call it off. I'm very surprised to see that. Decision fatigue there, it feels like, for the Doctor. Tio is your champion. The fan favourite, the Duchy, takes down this title. Wow, what a day it's been. Congrats to the runner-up. Not sure what he was thinking there, calling that off on the river against Theo, but he played very well to get the heads up. I'm sure we'll see him again. Really nice score for him. There's your champion, folks. Theo taking down over 45 grand, and of course the ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Thanks to everyone who tuned in, as per usual. I'll be back next Sunday. Theodore Woolshot is your EPSC main event champion. Congrats. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.